Hey, MasterClass. MasterClass, yeah. There we go. That's what I love to do. Yeah, okay. There we go. Are we rolling? Hey, welcome to Steve Martin's MasterClass. Let's try another one, right? I'm Steve Martin. Thank you for signing up for MasterClass. I'm Steve Martin. Oh, I said that. Well, let's get started. Honey, I won't be home early. I'll be doing the MasterClass. Okay. Very essential to learn comedy. Of course, this, because, you know. Yeah. Learning a lot? Good.
Hey, I got an idea too.
Yo, banjo.
Yeah, I got it.
Hi, I'm Steve Martin, and welcome to your non-refundable masterclass in clawhammer banjo. Good choice. We're going to talk about a lot of things. We're going to talk about creativity in general. We're going to talk about the specifics of stand-up comedy and comedy in general. We're going to talk about performing comedy. We're going to talk about editing. We're going to talk a little bit about writing. And what I'm hoping with this masterclass is that you, the student or observer, can maybe pick up a little practical knowledge, but more so, be inspired. Know that there's room for you out there in the world. And know that, at least from my point of view, you don't have to have a special gift. I had no special gift, except I loved being on stage and I loved comedy. And that's all I had. Hi, I'm Steve Martin, and this is my masterclass. You may think, I don't have any talent. I guarantee you, I had no talent. None. I didn't know how, I couldn't sing, I couldn't dance, I couldn't act. I didn't know how to think up jokes or tell jokes or do anything. I just started doing it because I liked it. And I can remember I accidentally got a job writing for the Smothers Brothers Comedy Hour. I know that sounds crazy, but I was just a student doing my little comedy act, and I'd written some, creative writing nonsense stories, and I submitted them through a friend, and I got hired. And I remember because they wanted young people. That was the mantra, never trust anyone over 30. So they wanted young writers, and I just got lucky. And I remember the first day, Mason Williams, the head writer, came over and he's looking at something and said, okay, now here's your punchline. And you circle it, and then you draw this line over here, and you just put it at the end. I thought, oh, so that punchline goes at the end. All right, got it. So don't be intimidated starting with nothing. In fact, if you start with nothing, the workaround can lead you to originality. So the fact that I didn't dance didn't stop me, because I could fake dancing. I could fake dancing and make it funny. And I could fake singing and make it funny. If I had been a real singer or a real dancer, I'd be a real singer or a real dancer.
Now I realize a lot of you people are sitting out there saying to yourselves, Steve, how can you be so fucking funny? Well, there's a gimmick. There's a gimmick to it. I'll be honest with you, there's a gimmick. Okay. Before I come on stage, I put a slice of bologna in each one of my shoes. So when I'm on stage, I feel funny, you know what I mean? People come to me, they say, Steve, is there some way I could be funny too?
I was thinking, like, what are qualities that qualify someone for show business? And I thought, well, one of them was, when I was starting out, when you see someone on stage or you see a show, do you think, I wish I was up there? Or if you're a writer and you watch a movie and you say, I could have written that. That's one thing. Another thing is, are you an introvert? Because many comedians I've talked to, with exceptions, Martin Short, certainly, start out as introverts. And this is a way to become something on stage and to get attention. And it just means that there's this well of subconscious that you're suppressing because you're shy. But on stage, you get to bring that out. What is it? That's the big challenge. What is that mysterious well inside you that you can let out? A friend of mine wrote me that I went to high school with and said, I want to be a comedy writer. And I said, well, he said, and he actually said, maybe just something on the Tonight Show. I said, look, if you want to be a comedian or writer, you have to move where the comedy is. He was living in, Idaho, someplace like that. I said, you've got to be there. You've got to be in that place where it's done. I say, go where the action is. If you want to be a comedian, go to New York, go to Los Angeles, maybe Chicago, definitely, maybe Toronto. But you've got to be in the middle of it, because when it's your turn to be picked, you got to be within pointing distance, because, you're thinking, what chance do I have? Starting out, what chance? Look at all these entertainers that are also powerful, blah, blah, blah. Those entertainers are going to get old, and they're going to age out. And there's a vast, vast hunger for new talent, and you can be it. Why not you instead of somebody else? But you've got to put yourself in the position to be chosen. You might be at a party accidentally. I've had ideas for casting people so much because just happened to see them on the street, and say, hey, what about so-and-so? Just be around, be seen, be there at that club on the night when somebody came in who's looking for you. Something I sort of ad-libbed once, and it became a little saying, which was a little advice. It says, be so good they can't ignore you. Now, it sounds like that's solid. But let me tell you where it came from. I was talking to some students one time about acting, I guess, and they were saying things like, how do I get an agent? Where do I get my headshots? All this very practical stuff. And I just thought, really, shouldn't the first thing you're thinking about is, how do I be good? Because a headshot's not going to do you any good if you don't have the backup. So the first thing you need to think about is your talent and how to manage it. And then, of course, you have to think about practical things too. Like I say, move to where the action is. Get there. If you're at the very beginning of even thinking about being in comedy or being in show business or performing, I would get with your best friend or your smartest friend and start talking about comedy and start talking about performing. And I don't mean for a lunch, for an hour. I'm talking about for days into the night. Keep talking. Things will come out. And pretty soon you start to get a little more confident. Or we can think of this, and you just start pitching and you say, what if, Sonny and Cher had a pizza outlet? And what if this? And you just go, what if? And you go, oh, maybe there's some potential there. You just start going. Well, what if I did it this way? What if I did it that way? Or just talk about comedians you like. You will be surprised at where you end up 5 days later from where you began. You'll already be more sophisticated and more knowledgeable about yourself. And you can, if you're trying to think up material, you could start with, what hasn't been talked about? If I can think of all the comedians, all the ones I've seen, all the ones I've seen on TV, what haven't they talked about? Is there an area that is new and fresh? And you know there is, because we live in a world that is changing all the time. And there's something out there happening that could inspire you. But keep that conversation going. Intellectualize it if you want to. And talk about it for a long, long time. You will get somewhere. This is a terrible, terrible secret when you're starting out. It's terrible. I didn't even want to say it. Don't think about anything else. I'm always thinking of the joke. I'm listening, and I'm at work. I'm having a ball. Let's say you're with Tom Hanks, who's very funny, very witty, and brilliant, sort of raconteur, or Alec Baldwin, who's the same way. Those two, I just say, please talk. That's what I'm thinking, please talk. I'm not going to try to get in here at all. And then every once in a while, I realize how much I was actually thinking about what to say. And it may just happen naturally. I realized how many times I thought, vacation? I don't want to take a vacation. What could happen? What if my agent called? What if blah, blah? What if this or that? It's never, hey, we had a great lunch. Oh, I think I'll go do a show tonight. You're on it. I've signed on to host the Oscars in like October one year. And the show was in March. I started thinking about it that day. I knew it was there. I knew that moment was coming. Making notes all the time. You just can't help it. So either by default or by intent, you're going to be thinking about this, what you're doing all the time, until you finally can relax 25 years later. Become informed, become intelligent, learn about things. Every time you learn about something, it's a new subject, and you get a greater vocabulary by learning about things. When I was in high school, I was an okay student, C. When I went to college, I upped it because I got suddenly interested. But I went to this high school, guidance counselor, and he was the first person who ever said to me, he said, "You have interest in performing." And I went, "Oh, you mean you're actually taking that seriously?" He said, "You should learn about history." He said, because, and I went, yeah, that makes sense. To learn the facts about the past and have more subject matter. And so the more you learn about things, the greater intellectual vocabulary and hence comedic vocabulary I think you're going to have in today's world. Because you never know what's going to inspire you. I had a friend, and I learned so much from this. It was Charles Grodin. And, I've always been like, you go to a cocktail party or on a movie set, and two people would get into a fight. And I would always be the one like, how do we stop this? How do we stop this? And Charles Grodin said, when two people get in a fight, I just sit back and watch. I thought, what a great idea. Instead of trying to fix it, watch it. Because that's real human interaction. Why abort it? Don't abort your ideas when you're onto something. Or if there's trouble, let it happen. See what happens. You'd be surprised if you witness an argument and now you know the shape of an argument in your head. Sometimes it's going to come back out. When you're doing your two-person bit on stage where you're playing two characters, you've seen the shape of that argument and the volatility of it, or the subtlety of it. And you're just constantly gathering information, whether you like it or not. You have to think, what's it good for? What circumstance is it good for? Is it good for stand-up, or is it good for saying at a party or at a dinner table? And it also works backwards. If you say something funny at a dinner table, as a working comedian, you have to go, usable? Nora Ephron had a saying that was told to her by her mother, who was a journalist, and Nora Ephron was more than a journalist, but also a journalist, and her mother said, everything is copy, which means everything you see, hear, experience is usable. Remember, you are a thought machine. You have 1,000, 1,000,000 thoughts a day. Just learn to observe them a little bit and say, oh, is that an idea I could use? 1,000,000 things happen to you every day. And every one of those things that is a possibility is extremely valuable. To lose something because you didn't make a note or didn't write it down, it's tragedy for a performer. I have a friend in Texas, my friend Tony, and he hired me when I was very young. He had seen me on HBO. I wasn't really established. He hired me to go down and do a private show for his friends, which if you're a comedian, that's kind of the worst gig you can get, is a private show with, 15 people in the audience, and you're not really on a stage. You're in a some kind of convention room or a hotel room. And so I did the show, and it went fine. And he asked me he says, you can stay at my place. So I stayed at his place, and he was down, and he was a millionaire. He was a oil millionaire. And he was standing, cleaning a glass with a cloth. He's cleaning the glass, and he looks at me, and he says, Steve, this is a side of the oil business a lot of people never see. And it was so funny to me. And another time, he actually said something that I used in a movie. He said he went to an amusement park, and there was one of those big signs. I think it was Six Flags Over Texas, one of those big signs that's a map, and it says, you are here, and had a little arrow. And he said, Steve, I was at the amusement park, and there was a sign, and it said, you are here. And I thought, how does it know? And I actually used that with his permission. But there's so many funny people who aren't professionals that you pick up things from, little attitudes. You can really gather comedic style by just being aware of the people around you. Listen, absorb from the people you love, and in a sense, regurgitate it in a new way. Another way to approach your comedy when you're first starting out, or even when you're a little bit along, is to think, what does society need right now? What's the vacuum? What needs to be discussed that's not being discussed? When I was performing in the late 60s and early 70s, the climate was very political. There was the Vietnam War. And if I played a college, all I had to do was mention Richard Nixon, and the place uproar, funny. And I had really long hair, and I had turquoise jewelry, and kind of a 60s hippie look. And one day I thought, I think the nation is getting tired of this. That the nation needs just some release, some laughter that's not political, that's just kind of fun to see. And that was probably the most important moment of my professional life, that understanding. And I cut my hair, and I shaved my beard, and I put on a suit, and suddenly, by doing nothing to the act, rather than being at the tail end of an old movement, I was at the front end of a new movement. And so one thing I think young performers, young comedians can do is say, what is the state of the nation? What could I do that would be unique and unusual? It doesn't even have to be that unique. Just a slightly different statement. Maybe you're finding a hole in the climate of the nation that is not being met. We don't meet a hole, but say you're finding a need that the nation might want, or even just your community. The truth is a great way to look for material, and just saying what is on the audience's mind. I became very close with Carl Reiner in the 80s. He's a great director, great comedy mind. And he would host events like the Directors Guild. I'd have an event and he would host, and I'd say, what are you gonna do out there? And he said, I don't know. I said, what do you mean? He said, I never think about it. I said, how could you go out there and never think about it? He says, oh, I just say the truth. And I went, oh. And he would go out and say, this is not what he said, but it's like, let's hope it doesn't go on too long. I mean, you're all gonna be worried if you're gonna lose. You know, it just said what was on everybody's mind. If you're going into a club, there must be something that's truthful about that club. This place is sleazy, you know, and I fit right in. I'm sleazy too. You know, there's so many ways to go. You could invert that. You could say, I'm gonna lie about this place, which would be irony. Oh, isn't this place glorious? Isn't this the most beautiful club I've ever worked? I'm so honored to be here. I was talking to the rats in the dressing room. This is terrible material, but just say, you know, the way to go with things. I was introducing someone who was gonna win an award, and I said, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, will so-and-so's speech be the warm and comfortable 5 minutes, or will it be the dreaded and awful 45 minutes? And it's exactly what people are thinking.
Boy, those are good seats up there. The show has started! I can see him selling those seats. Oh yeah, they're real good. Yeah. Our ticket would take us $9.75 during the week. That's not bad, really, to see a big show like this. Well, with all the props and everything.
When I went to college, I had what I would call an existential crisis or existential revelation, that I would never amount to anything if I didn't have my own voice, which meant that my act, which so-called, which was maybe 15 minutes, at best 20 minutes, would have to be expunged of all previous material. All material, not only that had been done before, but that sounded like it had been done before. But then I had a real crisis. I didn't know how to write comedy material at all. Not one idea. And I thought, well, I laugh in life a lot, my friends, but I'll just sort of observe what it was that made me laugh. And maybe I'll find something there. And so that's how I started. That was kind of successful. But really, I was in college at the time studying philosophy, so my mind was very abstract thinking and trying to examine everything. And I thought, let's try to examine comedy. Let's break it down to nothing, and let's build it up from scratch and see what it can be. When I started in Orange County, California, there were no tutors. There was nowhere to go. And in a sense, that was a very good thing because I developed my own style. I had no banjo teachers. I developed my own style. It's like what I call a workaround. You're not going by the book. And even if you think you are, you're not. You're straying. And those little strays make you unique and different from everybody else. I kind of think that your ideas are down here, your mind is up here, and your mind is keeping those ideas from surfacing. And it's just that little bit of unlocking. It's finding your individuality, the thing that makes you unique, or that you can fake that makes you unique because you're smart and clever. And figuring out a way to let that come out. I think if you have a cultural perspective and it feels good to you, use it. Because even if you're esoteric, if you perfect it, it's going to be appealing to a lot of people who aren't in that cultural group. They get it. You know, a lot of times there'll be a joke that I'll watch, like say in a movie, and I'll say, I don't get it, but I get it. I don't need all the information. I get the idea somehow. And you're filling in the blanks on those lines. So whatever makes you perfect as a performer, do it. And don't say, well, I've got to include everybody. I want to do this, I want to do that. Boy, if you perfect one thing and you get it right, there's going to be a lot of people interested in that. When I was doing movies, and they have these demographic ratings for your movie when they test it, and you'll say men like to 82%, women like this, African Americans this, you go around. And the guy who conducted those surveys, I would talk to him about it, and he said, you have to understand, all movies are cult movies, meaning nothing is across the board. It's always a segment of society that's going to it. Star Wars, young people. So it is a segment. So it doesn't matter if you're appealing to a segment, even if it's a small slice, because that slice is huge. Maybe it's a good idea if you're a stand-up comedian to say, what am I right now? Do I have something I could call myself? And if not, it means you're still forming. And if you can find something, maybe it's a good idea to kind of head everything in that direction. When you're thinking up new bits or new ideas, say, does this have that quality that I'm after? The comedians, I was thinking, because I'm doing this, I've obviously been thinking a lot about comedy, and I go back to the comedians I've enjoyed, and they kind of almost inadvertently get a label in my mind. Like I think of Chris Rock, I go, power. That's what I think of. Richard Pryor, I think dangerous. I think of Louis C.K., I go, intellect. Amy Schumer, brutally honest. Oh, I think of George Carlin, and I go, angry. He's angry. And you like him for it. Now, I don't think that these comedians started out with those images in their head. I think they evolved that way. But it's interesting to look backwards at them and see they have a characteristic that came through, obviously from their own personality and their own experience, but it was slowly shaped into something. You know, a manifesto in general is your statement, your premise. If you, for example, my manifesto was, I'm going to try to be funny without doing jokes. I'm going to try to be really funny. Like I was funny like the laughter, I would laugh when I was 15 and it was absurd and you couldn't stop laughing and your sides ached. I go, that's comedy. So that was my manifesto. How do I get there? And when I analyzed that type of comedy, what I was laughing is, I didn't know why I was laughing. So I wanted to get people laughing, and when they got home, they said, I don't know why I was laughing. It's like if you take artistic movement, like futurism in the early teens of the 20th century. And they had a manifesto, and it's all about the machine and this and that, and it was a good, you know, the coming influence of the machine in society. But they had a good manifesto, but the result was they created some really good paintings. And even if you took the manifesto away and didn't know anything about the manifesto, the paintings were still good. But a manifesto can be like, I'm gonna attack the political establishment. That's my manifesto. And I'm gonna attack them this way. I'm gonna attack them by pointing out how blah, 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 blah. Or my manifesto is, I'm gonna talk about how horrible dating is. You know, that's a pretty common one, but rich, you know. When you decide on a joke, let's say, or a bit, you're defining your taste, and your taste is what they're coming to see. They are waiting for you to be the authority. They're not picking and choosing. Once you get it all together, your whole package is what they want to see. What do you think? What does that comedian think? And they're interested in it because it's either going to be similar to what they think or completely different to what they think. If you think of your choices as your taste, when you're writing a joke, when you stop writing that joke and when you've finished it, that's your taste. You figured out, no, I'm not going to do another sentence after. My taste is going to be terse. Or in this case, my taste is to just keep going on and on and on and beating it to death until it gets funnier and funnier. I don't mean that you're being tasteful. You're just having a particular taste. And that's all wrapped up in the way you look, the way you dress, the way you talk, the speed you talk. Are you abrupt? Do you keep going? Are you incisive? That's just part, as you're creating yourself, you're creating a taste.
Hi, Crime Stoppers! Let's repeat the Crime Stoppers oath. I promise not to move in my... And appreciate non-taxable items brought forth from the previous tax year. Okay, good. Now, let's repeat the non-conformist oath. I promise to be different. I promise to be unique. I promise not to repeat things other people say.
What you're doing on stage is creating an artistic image of yourself, determined by the things you put in, the things you leave out, its level of intellect, high or low, the use of language. Everything is determining who you are as an artistic being on the stage. That's a very lofty way to think, when you're just trying to get some material together. But ultimately, as it gets more sophisticated and starts to shape, you realize you're creating a human being. And that's what these great comedians did. If you look at Chris Rock, for example, he's created something. He created something from the sum total of his energy and his routines and his observations into a whole artistic state. And that, of course, is the ultimate, but, and it's kind of beautiful. Once I was on an airplane, and I was in my 20s, something like that, and there was a very pretty girl on the airplane. I was talking with her. And I said, "What do you do?" And she said, "I'm an actress." And I said, "Oh." And we started talking, and she said, "I'm an actress." And she says, "It's very hard, you know, when I go into auditions to decide what to be." She said, "I don't know whether to be upbeat or kind of low-key or more artistic." And I said, "Why don't you just be yourself?" And she said, "I'll try that." And I thought, you have to try to be yourself. But I've changed my opinion because I often hear, well, just be yourself. But who knows what their self is? I don't. I mean, maybe I have a little more now, but when you're starting out, you don't know what your self is. You can be what you choose to be. And you can define a personality for yourself, within reason, of course, and become that on stage. You already have a persona. Even if you're mildly interested in show business, you have some shape to your personality. But it is something that will emerge if you pay attention to yourself and pay attention to what's coming out naturally. Imagine yourself one night lying in bed. Just imagine yourself at your best. Think, what would that be if I were at my best? What is that image that comes into your head? And it's going to be very vague. But once you plant that image in your head, it's subconsciously something you're aiming for. Like you say, what'll I be at my best? Will I be totally in charge? Will I pace the stage? Will I be aggressive? Will I be witty? Kind of more subtle? Will I be obvious? What do I want the audience's response to be? And I think it will lead you to, to creating your shape and your form and your personality, is to have some kind of vague image of where you'd like to be ultimately. Now, the fact is, your act is going to be created as you go along. Bits, they work, they don't work, then you put them together, and it is really built in a practical framework. But it's also, I think, very smart to have an overriding image of yourself that you can aspire to, of your own greatness. Say, if I were great, what would it look like? There's this overriding word called likability. And I remember actually thinking, oh, I'm gonna make myself likable. And I thought of ways, and I don't remember what I did, but if you think about likability, which is a dangerous word, because on one hand you have Carol Burnett. She's so likable, she's so funny, you like her. And you like all these other people. But you also like Hannibal Lecter. At the end of Silence of the Lambs, when he's saying, I think I'll have a Chianti, you're going, yeah, go eat them. So likability you can be a villain and be likable. Yeah, I was thinking in that moment, if you started conversing with a really close friend and you said, what's my best quality? And they said, blah, 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 you're kind to people. What's my worst quality? You're messy. I'd say, go with the worst quality. Develop that. You're establishing yourself by what you wear, too. And it may be that you want to wear a t-shirt and jeans. And that may be your show. Maybe that you want to, like Jerry Seinfeld, looks beautiful in a great suit. He feels very authoritative up there. And some guys are cool. You remember Eddie Murphy in his red suit and Richard Pryor. So obviously you're going to think about what you're going to wear on stage. Maybe you should think about it a little bit more. I had a friend when I was first starting out. His name was Fats Johnson, and he had played guitar and sang, and he wore diamond rings on his fingers and everything. And I said to him, Fats, I said, what should I wear on stage? I don't know what to wear. And he just said, I said, what's your philosophy? He said, always look better than they do. I thought, okay, I got a plan now. When I first started shaping my act together, I started to realize that what I was doing was a parody of show business. And looking back, I think, yeah, that's what a young person has to think about. Like, what can they parody? And, at that time in the late 60s, early 70s, show business was a very defined thing. And that's kind of what my act became, a guy who thought he was in show business.
Okay. Hey, I'm not trying to be a big shot or anything like that, but I get my drinks half price. That's right, for every one you buy, I get 2. Okay. You know when I first...
As I was developing my act, I always thought it was funny to talk to people who would say, I'm just a nut. And they somehow could see that in themselves, and I could look at them and say, you're not a nut. You like to think you're a nut. Say, I'm just crazy. And I just put that together one day, that it fit, and I understood that it fit my stage persona perfectly to say, I'm wild and crazy, thinking it's some kind of compliment I'm giving myself, that I'm just too nutty. Like Bill Murray actually is wild and crazy, And my act, I was such a straight ahead personality, wearing a white suit with a black tie and a short haircut. And to define myself that way was already dumb.
Sorry, I just lost my mind just for...
But that's okay for me. Because I am a wild and crazy.
There was another phrase at the time. They were the Allman Brothers, and they had a hit song called "Ramblin' Man," and my stage appearance was so not a ramblin' man. There was Ramblin' Jack Elliott, who was a country singer, and he wore a vest and a cowboy hat, and I was so not that guy that I just started applying it to myself. And I liked the idea of someone who was thinking they were that guy, that they were something to contend with in a strange way. That they're slightly better, uncontrollable.
I'm a rambling guy. Well, actually, I'm here for 9 days, so I guess for this 9 days, I'm a stationary guy. Oh, no. Oh, I'm stationary, a stationary guy. Oh, yeah. Stationary out here in Los Angeles. One of my favorite towns. I studied a lot about Los Angeles, and it's great to be here in the capital of California. L-O-S-A-N-G-L-O-I-S. Okay, everybody. Oh, Los Angeles. Are you people uptight or something? Can't sing along? Okay, this half of the room. Good, we've got it now. Okay, now, that guy.
I remember when I first started out, I thought, all right, typical joke goes something like, this guy goes into a bar. That's what they would do, like in Vegas or something, or say, you know, I saw some people come in here and they blah, 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 blah. And I thought, I'm gonna turn that around. It's not gonna be about anybody else but me. I'm gonna say, you know, I walked into a bar the other day, and that little trick started to create a character for me, because it was always about myself. And it was not, I was not a vessel that was transmitting comedy material about other people. I became a character who had a life and personality. You know, I still remember like one of the first jokes I ever wrote for my modern day act in the 60s or 70s. And my cat was walking across the floor. And the joke was that it ultimately became this. Mitch Hedberg had a line that always makes me laugh. He said, I used to do drugs. I still do, but I used to do them too. And it was just had this great twist on it. Both those jokes rely on a kind of misuse of language, or the premise that we already know what you're talking about. When he said, I used to do drugs, we know exactly what he meant. He used to, and he stopped. That's what it means. And then when he completes it, well, I still do, you realize, oh, I didn't realize that sentence can also not mean he stopped. And the line about, which is not a great joke, I'm not trying to say it's a great joke about giving my cat a bath, the image that comes in is with the cat in the sink with soap and with water, and that image is completely broken by the image of me licking the cat.
I'm into language. That's kind of my thing, I guess. You know, being a professional comedian, you have to have a knowledge of language, and that's, let's face it, some people have a way with words, other people... not have way, I guess.
There was a joke, oh yeah, I was gonna sit down and play something. I said, I don't really write protest songs, but I've admired the careers of Joan Baez and Bob Dylan, and so when this song came to me, I thought, this must be from the heart. It's called, Let's Keep the Minimum Wage Right Where She's At. Now, I'm not saying that's the funniest joke in the world, but just the little slight twist, that little unexpected thing, it could be just a look. You know, it could be your own facial response to the line you just said. It's got to be, there has to be as many varieties of jokes, you know, as there are performers or atoms or like musical notes. The study of fallacies is very interesting, I think, for comedians, because it's about drawing false conclusions, which I do all the time in my act. You know, for comedic elements, that's exactly what irony is drawing a false conclusion, saying the opposite of what the truth is. It's as simple as saying, you know, isn't this a beautiful nightclub? People really respond to irony. I think socially, it's a way of saying something. It's such a soft way to say something. You know, he's looking handsome. And it's just it kind of goes down easier. And by the way, there's a virtue in just saying it. If you can tell a joke that is just funny on its own, but also maybe has another level of meaning. Like I always felt like I'm being silly up here, but I'm being ironically silly. That there's another level, like, isn't it silly that we're being silly? Or isn't it funny that we're being funny? And I think those little other levels really help a show. When I was in the 70s, and we can call it, just for lack of a better word, kind of radical, I thought most comedians, they tell jokes. And a joke is shaped like, here's the setup, and here's the punchlines. And then if the audience thinks the punchline is funny, they laugh, depending on how funny it is. Or even if the punchline is not funny, they still laugh a little bit, just based on timing and kind of rhythm. And I thought sometimes that's real laughing, but what about the kind of laughing I shared with my friends, where we're laughing so hard and we don't know what we're laughing at? And I thought, that's real laughter. I thought, what if I could do an act and just take out the punchlines? Now, it's a little different than I'm describing. It sounds like I'm going to do a setup and then have no punchline. But the current theory of humor at the time is that a joke created tension, and then the punchline would release the tension. So I thought, what if I created tension and never released it? Then the audience would have to, at some point, release its own tension. They would be finding something funny, not me telling them what was funny. But they would have to find it, otherwise they're just going to be filled with tension. And so I started doing nonsensical bits. I had one, I said, and now, but this is so early in my comedy career, it doesn't even sound funny to me now, but I'd say it now, a great comedy bit, the nose on microphone routine. And I would lean in and I'd put my nose on the microphone for a minute and I'd go, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And then I'd bow extravagantly, like was the greatest bit in the world. And I had like bits that were kind of absurd. And out of that developed a kind of personality on stage. I started to realize that I should come across as though I think what I'm doing is hilarious, and never acknowledge that it wasn't funny or didn't get a laugh. Just keep going. Like, I'm great. You're just behind it. I had a great experience when I was like starting around 11, 12, 13. I was working at Disneyland as a multi-jobs guidebook salesman, but I got an opportunity to see a comedian there. His name was Wally Bogue, and he worked at in Frontierland at the Golden Horseshoe Review. He did 4 shows a day, 5 shows a day. And it was free, so I could get in to see him. And he was the first comedian I ever saw live. And actually, I got one of my best bits from watching him. He made balloon animals. So when I started thinking of my own act, and I thought I could make parody balloon animals. This is maybe a good lesson in developing a bit. So I thought, okay, I have the idea for balloon animals, but I'll do terrible balloon animals. That'll be the premise. I'm going to make terrible balloon animals. So now, okay, I've made a terrible balloon. Now what's the joke? and I think I'd do the first one, and I'd have something that looked like nothing, and I'd go puppy dog, so you get that kind of laugh. Then you make another one that looks like a spirochete or something, and I'd go venereal disease. And then I added a joke, and I say, I says that I can't remember how I got there, but I said this appears on your lip, and I'd hold the balloon so you have this, and you just keep going until you've developed a routine. Oh, and then I got other jokes. I'd say, I'd start to blow up the balloons, and I'd go, and I'd never seen this before. And the balloon would go out, and then I wouldn't take my lips off, so it'd just go. And I'd do that 2 or 3 times, and I'd be, I'm not blowing up the balloon. And just slowly through the years, this little bit started to develop in one of the major pieces of my act, but it all started with bad balloon animals.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make a compromise. I'll make balloon animals, but I won't blow them up. Giraffe. The Sistine Chapel. Okay. Here we go. I feel great. See, I always fill up the balloons with words, and if they pop, they go, God damn it. The Hindenburg. All right. Okay, and now it's time for fun balloon animals. Here we go. Puppy dog. Venereal disease. If you see this on a toilet seat, don't sit down. Because they leap on you. They go, whoa! Oh, no!
Sometimes, I've used jokes that didn't work 20 years ago or 30 years ago, and I remembered them because I liked them. And suddenly I found a way, it's not a stand-up joke. It goes in the play at this point. It's something, a line, and it's in character. It doesn't stand as a joke. It stands as the character's line. And I remember what the joke was. I did it in my stand-up act. I said, I like the Pope, but to me, he's always pontificating. Now, to me, that was a joke on the word pontificating because really only the Pope is the one person who can pontificate. So I always thought this was funny. It was okay, and I'd try it every once in a while, it's still just okay. But I managed to put it as an aside in the play, and it's fine. And some people have said, I really like that Pope thing. The first time in 30 years that anybody said, I really like the Pope thing. It's not a great line, I'm not defending it. I'm just saying, you'll be surprised if you live as long as I do that how much is retained, how much, is down there that comes up and you went, oh, I remember this. Something I picked up on when I first started is that there were this way you could keep going on something until it got funny. Do it 10 times instead of, one time. That's one thing, but you have to be very careful with that. Obviously, it takes a good person. David Letterman could do it. He could beat an idea to death and it would still be funny.
I know we've only known each other for 4 weeks and 3 days, but to me, it seems like 9 weeks and 5 days. first day seemed like a week, and the second day seemed like 5 days, and the third day seemed like a week again, and the fourth day seemed like 8 days. But the fifth day, you went to see your mother, and that seemed just like a day. But then you came back, and then later, on the sixth day in the evening when we saw each other, that started seeming like 2 days. So in the evening it seemed like 2 days spilling over into the next day, and that started seeming like 4 days. So at the end of the sixth day, on into the seventh day, it seemed like a total of 5 days. And the sixth day seemed like a week and a half. I have it written down, but I can show it to you tomorrow if you want to see it.
The difference between a good joke and a great joke is really nothing. It varies from night to night. Your good joke can become a great joke one night, and a great joke, kind of does stand on its own. But I was thinking of the line. It's credited to Groucho Marx, who said, "I would never be a member of a club who would have me as a member." Something like that, I'm paraphrasing. And if you look at it written, it's sort of an epigram, and it's amusing. But I started thinking, like, if you put that line in the mouth of another comedian, it utterly changes. If you gave it to Chris Rock, he'd go, "I joined a club, and they let me in. And I thought, I don't want to be in that club, no way." It would just change everything. And you just think about that. I'm not an impressionist. So, I started to go through how different people would say it and how that line would be fantastic or epigrammatic or just dry. And it's so much is wrapped up in delivery. I used to do a joke in my act, which was a little inside early on, I would say, arrogantly, I would say, I said, you're probably thinking, how can you be so funny? And I said, well, I have the gift that many comedians have, and that is called timing. And then Carol Burnett had one that she did where it takes two people to do it, and she'd say, "Ask me what the secret of comedy is." And the person would go, "What's the secret?" She'd go, "Timing." So it's probably through a negative example that's more clearly understandable what a positive example is. Timing in comedy is a word that's thrown around a lot. And when I was younger, it was a very big word because Jack Benny was considered, the expert on timing. And all it meant is he knew when to pause. And he knew when to talk. And he knew that he could do nothing and increase a laugh. He had a great gesture if he was talking to his character and they'd say something and he would just turn to camera or to the audience and look and turn back, and it could extend that laugh. The most obvious kind of timing is waiting for the laugh to be over and knowing when to start it up again. But you don't say your next line while they're still laughing because they can't hear it, but you don't want the laugh to completely die out before you start talking again. So there's just a moment that's instinctive, I think, for performers, when to start again. There's also timing, inherent timing within a sentence. It's also your pattern of speech. Like if I used to do a joke on our show when I travel around with the bluegrass band. I'll say I was backstage. I went into the restroom, and there was a sign that said, "Employees must wash hands." And I thought, thank God I'm not an employee. And it would get a laugh, but it's how you stretch that out, how quickly you say it. And if you slow down, you get more attention from the audience. When you break your rhythm, your volume is raising and lowering, you have all these different colors you can use. It's your tempo, It's your space between the words. It's your really negative moments when you're not talking. That is timing. Physical comedy is on such a gradient scale. I mean, to me, in a club, this is physical comedy too. If you're acting out a bit and you're going, hey, move that over there. That's physical comedy too. We think of it as something larger, and it can be very small. It could just be thoughtful. I mean, that's physical. You're expressing a sentence or joke or idea just in the tiniest, smallest way. But I always thought of it as, my act, looking back on it, is lining up your body with what you're saying. So you're not just talking. And by the way, I'm not recommending this. I'm saying it's what I did because there's so many varieties of comedy. Just expressing the words at the same time, speaking. You can hold an audience just by going, oh. And they're suddenly, they're rapt because they don't know what you're going to say.
See this? I got this for $5. Well, you've got to be a wise shopper nowadays, and you see something like that, you better pick it up because, well, with prices today, I wanted to buy some carpeting. You know how much they want for carpeting? $15 a square yard. And I'm sorry, I am not going to pay that for carpeting. So what I did, I bought 2 square yards, and when I go home, I strap them to my feet.
When you're telling a joke and you've come to the punchline and you wait, you're indicating that you're supposed to laugh now. And it starts to get boring because they're not really laughing. They're like indicating laughs. And by changing your tempo, like I say, roll over jokes. Don't wait for the laugh. Be uneven. And I've found that unevenness gets the audience attention. They can't look away because they're going to miss it. Blow past the joke. Don't stand there and wait. Make the audience play catch up. So that way you're not telling them, laugh now. You're just going by. And I found that if you keep moving, the audience is just that half second or nanosecond behind you rather than a half a second ahead of you. Now, in practice, you have to look at the material and say, will it work for this? But it is a thought to keep in your head. Don't wait. Don't make it go, here's my joke, here's my next joke, Mix it up. Trick them into watching you. One of the things that you have to learn is, in the theater, it's called the illusion of the first time. You say, this is the first time I've said that. And that, by the way, it's not that hard because we see comedians all the time. We know they've said it 1,000,000 times. But somehow, if you can give it a little zing, look like you're thinking it up at that moment, you can learn to fake that. People really respond to a feeling of spontaneity. If they say, how much did you ad-lib? And you say, none. They're a little disappointed because they're very excited about the idea of ad-libbing. And if you look like you're riffing, that's a little bit of a plus. When I watch Jerry Seinfeld, I know he's not riffing because I know he's very precise, but it feels like it. It feels like he's just talking. He's just talking and letting these thoughts come out. So I really admire that. And there's, of course, gradations of it. It can be just the tiniest little moment that you pretend, in a way, to occur to you. Especially in the middle of a joke. You make it look easy. That's what you're supposed to do. You don't want to say, look how hard he's working.
See, I have this glass of water on stage. It's all part of the act, you know what I mean? It gives you kind of a balance. You know how it is when you go to a party and you don't have a drink in your hand when you first get there and you feel real awkward? You can't figure out what to do with your hands. They feel real big. You feel like the wife of Bozo, you know? You come in, you're going, hi! How's it going? Pretty good, pretty good. Oh, I'm getting along. Oh, I don't know. I guess I'm doing all right. As soon as you get a drink, it's like Mr. Cool came to town. You go, hey, thank you. Hey, Ted, how's it going? All right. We're having fun. Oh, gosh, my shoelace is untied. Oh, I love playing jokes on myself.
One book kind of influenced me. It was called Showmanship for Magicians. I was about 15 when I read it. And it was written by a professional who, actually his bio says he quit magic in disgust. But in that, he broke a show down to all the elements that you can use. You have the verbal, you have the visual, and he looked at opera, and he says, opera uses costumes, it uses lights, it uses sets, it uses music. Why don't you use it all? Use everything you can. Now, sometimes that's impractical, but what it really means is use every part of your personality that you can. If you want to stand there and tell jokes, that's a style, but you're not really exploiting everything you've got. Maybe your jokes are so powerful that that's the best delivery. Could be. But remember, you have physicality, and physicality doesn't have to be this, but even when you're not doing anything, you're physicalizing it. So just think, how can I utilize that to an advantage or to an artistic advantage? When I started really getting into my stand-up, I realized I could visualize the words. Now, this really applied to what I was doing because I was very physical. So if I talked and went like this, I could actually express a word with my hands. And as I actually wrote in my book, I said, sometimes I realized it wasn't the line that was getting the laugh. It was the gestalt. It was everything all at once that was working. And, all these things pulling together becomes precise. Where there's nothing left unanswered, nothing left undealt with. Right now, I love being concise. I really like I say, having that material to land on, being clean, being clear. When I say clean, I don't mean not dirty. I mean clean lines, clean everything. And I like the precision. There's a quote that I read when I was in college by E.E. Cummings. And he was talking about being a poet. And he said, people ask me why I'm a poet. And I said, like the vaudeville comedian, I enjoy that precision that creates movement. And I looked at it, and I read it, and I thought, what does that mean? What does that mean? Precision creating movement. And then, 25 years later, I started to understand it. That the more precise you are, the less air, the less moments where nothing is happening. Precision leads you inexorably to the next moment. And eventually you're going moment to moment to moment, and you're creating movement for the audience The thing that gets you precise is performance experience. And suddenly you're not thinking, oh, what comes next? Which can be done if it's done as part of your performance. So those are always asides. I want you to know, always asides, there are always exceptions. But basically the experience, and you start saying that line, and now you've said that line 100 times, and subtly it's becoming precise, where the consonants and the vowels are falling in place, and you're aware of the audience. You hear a noise over there that might distract. You hesitate that nanosecond before you say the next syllable so the audience can hear it. It's just a gathering of information and treating your work not as going from joke to joke to joke, but as a whole. When you're performing, everything matters. Everything. It's not just, here's a joke and here's another joke. In between those jokes, it's mattering. It's like, do you still have them between those two jokes or two laugh points? I don't like to use the word jokes because it implies a punchline, but just being funny. Get them to lean in rather than lean back, at least metaphorically. But the importance of every moment, when you put your foot on the stage for the first time, it matters. They're looking at it. They're analyzing it, whether they know it or not. And you're speaking at that moment, even when you're not speaking. So think about, just stay on it all the time. Sometimes I would have to, in the set, I'd be taking materials, I'd have to look at my set list to see what was next. And I know at that moment, lost them. And so I, figure out maybe a comic way to do it. I pick it up, I go, what's next? Oh God, I hate that, something. Anything to make it live rather than be a moment where you're not, oh yeah, right. I would say I'd be on stage and like I say, when you look at your set list or you take a drink of water, you're stopped. You stop the momentum. So I worked the drink of water into a bit. I would take a big drink of water and then just spit it out on the floor and keep going. And so a kind of necessity, which I needed to do, is drink some water, became a bit.
Okay, let's not waste any more time.
Remember that a comedian, when he or she goes on stage, is telling a story right from the top. And I don't mean a story. You're telling a story of yourself, you're telling the story of the material, and you're just gonna keep them engaged. Don't go from bit to bit to bit. Figure out a way to make it look like a unified thing. Even if it's not. By the way, my act was so ununified, but somehow I could tie it together by either looking distracted or looking like I was thinking or finding little interstitial bits that would lead me to the next thing. Just remember you got 45 minutes, you got 10 minutes, you got 15 minutes. You're gonna tell them a story about yourself. One thing that will help give your act or show a feeling of unity is this simple little thing, which I call laying things in. It's really very similar to what a running gag used to be. But laying things in is something you do early in your show, and then you start to call it back later, at some point. It might be a simple joke. I mean, Don Rickles would keep going back to the same person in the audience. Or maybe it's just a concept. Maybe you state a philosophy early on in your show, just a little one line or something. And then at the end, you go back to that. And it might be a joke that you keep repeating. It might be a philosophy you keep repeating, but it helps give unity. It feels like this has been thought about. And, whether it's extravagant or minor, it could be just a line or two or a thought or a joke, that starts to make the whole thing cohere. Like I said, it could be a philosophy, it could be just a joke, it could be just a gesture. I was once in the 80s when I was making movies. I made a comedy, and I went to see it with an audience, and it wasn't doing so well. And there was another comedy out that was doing really, really well. I don't remember what it was. So I went to see my movie. I thought, they're laughing. It's got like 30 laughs in it. And I went to see the competition, and I counted the laughs, had 2. I thought, why is that movie doing better than my movie? And I realized, they want to see that movie. It was about something they wanted to see. So if you can make your show, your piece about something, if you think about it, how many times you go see a movie or you think, what's it about? You want to know what it's about. And if a comedian can have the show be about something, for example, Amy Schumer, I happen to be reading her book, so she's on my mind. Her show is about something. It's hard to put your finger on, but it's about being liberated. It's about being not taken advantage of. There's so many kind of moral points in her performances. Also, straight-ahead comedy, which you always want. You always want straight-ahead comedy. You can't preach. If you think, I'm going to be a comedian who criticizes popular culture, already that's a position, and that's a philosophy, and you can develop that. Now, maybe when you think that, you think, so everything I say is going to criticize popular culture. It doesn't have to. You could say it twice in your entire show, and it'll come off like he's a critic, or he or she is a critic of popular culture. I've noticed, I was working with a friend on a script, just kind of giving him a little advice, and he said, I'm a kind of sentence writer, so I like to have these kind of elegant sentences for the characters to say. I say, really, you only have to do it twice. And they'll say, wow, those 2 lines were so beautiful. You don't want to say, wow, those 50 lines were so beautiful. It'll actually stick if you just have 2 lines. So let's say you're going to be a political comedian. Every line, every 10 lines, or once, or is it your conclusion? When I was young, in my teens, and doing my little magic show, and you're getting your very first shows under your belt, I was trying to be very organized, and I would write down my set list, and then afterwards I would go back and go, this worked, big, not so good, things like that. But I kind of stopped that. When you really start performing, when you really start dedicating yourself, and you start performing a lot, it stays in your head. And I did make notes. I come out off stage, if I had a set list, I'd give something 2 or 3 tries. If it didn't work, I'd take it out. But I had a secret way to do it. I was so worried about something not working that if I had a new idea to introduce, I would just take the smallest kernel of that routine bit, joke, whatever, sneak it in somewhere and get out as fast as possible in case it didn't work. And then if it did work, then I knew I could expand on it. Cutting is the greatest feeling a comedian can have. When you're out there and you say, that bit's not working, or in a movie or a play, and it's gone the next night. It's like, oh, what a relief to have that gone. But I've probably taken out, 10,000 hours of material to get to 4. And I remember when I was really starting in a professional way. Eventually, I had to do 2 different shows a night, and I could do 2 different 2-hour shows. Now today, I go, what am I doing a 2-hour show for? That's ridiculous, and nobody can even laugh for 2 hours. But I had it, and then as I started achieving success, I didn't have to do 2 shows a night anymore, so I could distill those 4 hours down to 1. And it was the greatest thing that ever happened to me. It's like, oh, no, I don't have to sell a weak bit anymore. I can do my best stuff. And that's really when the act started to click, when I could do 1 show a night. But if you're starting out, go with your best stuff. Always go with your best stuff. One night we were going to play on the Letterman show, play music. There's this great musician named Earl Scruggs. We were going to play banjos. We had like 5 banjo players. We were going to play a song. And we're all thinking, I know he doesn't want to play Foggy Mountain Breakdown. That's his most famous song. And so he's done that a million times. So we'll think maybe Lonesome Road Blues or maybe something else. And so we go to Earl and say, hey, we're thinking maybe playing Lonesome Road Blues. What do you think? He says, I always think you should go with your best.
It's when you leave here, I want you to say, hey, that guy was funny. Yeah, but he was also very, very intelligent. That's why I'm into the intellectual kind of thing, okay? Say it with me. That's why I'm into the intellectual kind of thing. See, it's important to study philosophy. It sounds like a meaningless thing, but you learn the important questions of life, the important ethical questions. Is it okay to yell movie in a crowded firehouse? The important religious questions, does the Pope shit in the woods? I always think on that line some night, the heavens will open and saying, okay, that's enough, you, come on. I don't believe in that stuff. I'm sorry, I don't. If there is a God, give me a sign, please, some sort of sign. See, I told you there was no...
It's a room of comedians. Dangerous, dangerous. Hi, I'm Steve.
Will.
Will.
Nice to meet you.
Hi,
Beth.
Tim.
Tim. It's a hard name to remember. And
Nalini.
Nalini.
Yes.
How are you? Great to see you. Great to have you all together. Hey, I just want to ask you, do you know each other? Any of you know each other?
Tim and I know each other.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and
Me and Tim know each other, yeah.
From the circuit or from college or from...
The circuit.
from the circuit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also from a different circuit.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And do all of you do stand-up, or are you more writers, or what? I know you're a stand-up because I saw your transcript of your bit, and I know that you're a stand-up from reading your material.
I actually haven't done stand-up yet.
Oh.
Yeah, that's my first.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, you're on your way, I'll tell you. That's good. And you're essentially writers, or
I'm a stand-up. Yeah.
you stand-up?
And mostly writing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Will, how did you get into it? How long have you been doing it?
I've been doing it about 9 years now.
Do you travel across the country, or is it kind of more local, or?
Right now, I'm mostly based in New York, but I just headlined my first show in Cincinnati, like a club weekend.
How big was it?
150, 200. Yeah.
That's a good size.
It was
And how was it?
cool. It was great.
Yeah.
There were a couple that felt like work,
Mm-hmm.
and there was like 1 or 2 that were really fun, and then
Yeah.
the rest were just like okay, like,
Yeah.
good.
That's by the way a typical week.
Okay, yeah.
You know, there's no like end of a week where you say every show was fantastic. Even if they were fantastic, there's always one that's a little bit that one.
Yeah.
That one. You go to bed at night and you kind of feel a little miserable and you don't know why. It took me years to figure out. Do a show, a club, and go home and I'd be depressed. I think, why am I depressed? Oh, it was because the show wasn't good. It was like, oh, really? It's duh. And Tim, what's your little bit of your background?
I started doing improv like close to 9 years ago, maybe 10 years ago.
That seems to be the realest starting point for people now is improv.
Well, it is that thing where there was an improv group in college, and that was like the closest thing to any kind of comedy that I was close to. So I started doing that, and then I started doing stand-up maybe like 4 years ago. And then in between, been sharing those together, and then sometimes it moves towards sketch and acting and things. It's like a very...
And what's the outlet today for a sketch? Is it like an improv stage or a...
I think improv stages tend to be where it is. Though there's a lot of stand-up where there can be more sketch or like character focus.
That's good. I'm going to ask you something, Beth. Are you exclusively a writer? Or do you have a day job or...
My day job is writing. I run a satirical website. It's sort of like The Onion meets Cosmo. It's called Reductress.
That's good. What's that called?
Reductress. And mostly I just try to do stuff that goes into that, but like sometimes I'll have ideas and then I'll sort of just like jot it down for later in the, like, I'll be like, okay, maybe this is like a future book I'm gonna write, or maybe this is a movie or like a TV show. I'll just try to figure out where it will go in the future.
That's perfect, because also the material I read by you is very coherent, and that's good. Nalini.
Yeah.
Do you have a job?
I do tutor.
In science?
Okay, yeah.
That's good.
AP
And what's your
bio.
specialty in science?
Biology.
Where'd your interest in performing come from?
Oh, man. I think my mom, probably. She was a dancer, an Indian classical dancer. And I've been singing and dancing since I was very young.
I see.
Yeah.
You know, I was talking yesterday about how the importance of education in comedy. And it may not be exclusively true. I'm sure there are great examples, but the more you know, the more you can utilize, and the more you become unique because of your specialized knowledge. Let's talk about you first. We can think about that, Nalini.
Yes.
And you're thinking of going up on stage at a club.
Yeah.
That's what you're thinking
I'm
of.
thinking about it, yeah.
And how long have you been thinking about it?
I'm in the improv character sketch world.
I see, okay.
In Los Angeles.
I see, okay.
So I've been surrounded by stand-up comedians, and I'm always like, well, if I had something to say, what would I say? And that's the first wave of what I want to say.
Right. So this is very interesting to start, because your piece I read, there's a lot of really good elements and material. Now, I think this is very interesting because this is all rough. It's never been performed,
Yeah.
right? So I think it's something very interesting to look at. And I really like that it's relevant to you. Only you could do this material, having your science background.
Yeah.
And also, that's what kind of makes it funny, is it's a little over the audience's head in a good way. And I think with little trims here and there, it can really become a solid. So I'll just read some of this. I'm sorry, I know I'd rather read it than have you stand up here in front of 4 people. Believe me, I know that
My first
situation.
stand-up set.
Yeah. The first stand-up on television in front of 4 critical people.
Exactly.
You know, all these women's rights movements lately, since the 1800s, have got me thinking about my fellow female species. I mean the female human species. We've come a long way in evolution. Let's look at things what other female species have been dealing with. Horrible shit since the beginning of life on Earth. I think this needs to be clarified, because I don't know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about now because I've read it. You're talking about species that aren't human.
Right.
Right? Say, I think you should go, I was thinking about my fellow female species. Sharks.
Yeah.
Turtles.
Right.
All these things that females have had to put up with even before the dawn of man or humans or whatever. And I think that's very clear all of a sudden, right?
Yep.
I mean, you don't know, I said right, and you had to agree, but yeah.
Right.
Like, did you know that the genitals of the, how do you say this, elasmobranch genus?
Elasmobranch.
Yeah. How do you say it again?
Elasmobranch?
Yeah, it sounds good. It's funny because it sounds like you're telling something that people, you're just talking about an airline bit, you know? That's what's so great. Did you know the genitals of the elasmobranch genus, which includes sharks raised in skates, have pointy double penis? I think you should just leave out raised in skates.
Okay.
Just say, you know the elasmobranch genus, you know, which is sharks.
Yeah.
They have a pointy double penis. Sharks were here on this planet way before mammals came around. I don't think you need that line.
Okay.
Yeah, their reproductive organs are called claspers. They used to deposit sperm into the female's cloaca. Is that how you say it? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? You know, this would perhaps be a good time to mention that cloacas are equally weird. They are singular. They are the singular opening found in some animals that are used for urination, mating, and defecation. One giant ass pee vagina. Okay? Yeah. Now you say, no, thank you. I wish I had known what female sharks have to go through before I had my first sexual encounter. It would have been less painful for the guy. I don't quite understand that, but you're onto something.
Something there.
You just say, I think you've started a premise that is really nicely clear. It's like your predecessors, your female predecessors, had a shark, her claspers that use its sperm into female's cloaca, and this created awful opportunities for harassment. You know, something, I don't know, just kind of take them back to the real world, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like any proper good Indian girl, I had never seen a penis before and was terrified. You know, I had always heard of those unwanted, non-consensual male aggressors. So my first hand job I gave, I was so scared of that thing. I squeezed the living shit out of it like I was churning butter with it. It was a reflex reaction. Poor guy, he pulled down his pants and they went into attack mode like I was about to get robbed and bam, squeeze, turn, squeeze. I'm sorry, Andy.
It's like Andy.
Oh, okay, air quoting.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Andy.
Yeah.
You could point to a guy in the audience, you know. It was my first time, not as scary as shark penises, though. Yeah, that's like a whole new level. I guess the only good thing about having a shark's ass pee vagina might be is that if I saw one of these male shark claw penises, I could just poop on it. I see what you're talking about because it's coming out of the ass pee vagina. Is that right?
Yeah, if I were a female shark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see. If you have to say, if I were a female shark.
Right, yeah, to make that clear.
Because it sounds like it's you. You know, but you don't want to have that.
Yeah,
image,
we don't want that image.
Maybe that would deter them. I don't know. You could say they are men.
Yeah.
You know, they might not be deterred.
Yeah.
I hear some people like that, though. Okay. Guys, I don't know. I don't watch the internet for that. Clearly, I watch nature documentaries. They're terrifying enough. I don't think you don't need to go on after that. I mean, I just think it needs to be a little more organized. You know, if you're going on about the shark penis and about the hand job thing, it seems like it's in the way, but it's good. It could come later.
Okay.
Because once you establish you're talking about the shark penis, then you go on. I guess the good thing about having a shark's penis is that if I were a female shark and I saw the, I could just, you know, have the, well, you have to say the ass thing first. Yeah, so you have, and you say, I could just poop on it, you know, and that's the conclusion of that.
Yeah, and then end it there.
And you can also say, you know, add things like, you know, I've got the aspy vagina, I got to use it. You know, like, you know, if you're going to poop on it, and then maybe go to the hand job thing. By the way, we don't even know you, and we're sitting here. So I've never say. I'm just trying to think where this other bit goes. Like any proper good Indian girl, I've never seen a penis before and was terrified. You know, I'd have heard those unwanted male aggressors.
I have to make that clear.
Yeah, well, that's fine. It just needs to go somewhere that's its own bit. It feels like it doesn't really relate. You're in shark world.
Right.
And it's just tighten that down, because you've got a good subject. You're talking about, females before you, and you're talking about sharks and how they have to deal with the double penis, and thank God they've got the aspie vagina to counter it. So nature worked perfectly.
Right,
you know? So any aggressors, just tighten that thought. Do you have any thoughts about how you might attempt to initiate a little stand-up?
Yeah, I mean, I did work at a comedy club in LA for a while, so
As a what?
as like a host,
Okay,
as a
cool.
hostess.
So you saw people.
Yeah, like constantly, and the open mics. I guess I'd have to first go to an open mic.
Yeah, I assume so.
Yeah.
You guys would know better than
Yeah.
I do.
And I think, I've seen what works really well is people calling out their look or what they look like and what maybe the audience is perceiving them to be right away. Because I don't know how many, people look like me going on stage today. There are a few wonderful Indian comedians, but I think maybe calling that out first.
I think that's probably the obvious thing to do, and in maybe in a good way. But I started to think, why mention it at all? You could do that, or mention it later. So it's not you're not defining yourself as a type.
Yeah.
But you could, if you wait 5 minutes, if you can get that much material, I know it's hard. 5 minutes is really hard. And then say, you may have noticed, or something. And just so it's not your defining characteristic.
Yeah, and actually that's probably one of the reasons, because I do so much character and sketch and all other different forms of comedy writing. And I've kind of stayed away from stand-up a little bit because I feel like it puts you in this box for some reason. Oh, this is this comedian and this is all she has to say. I don't know, that's the feeling.
Might be smart just to take it like, I'm a comedian. Because I think the audience is kind of waiting for it. If you open with, may have noticed I'm Indian, might be kind of waiting for it. And then it feels like, oh, she's going to talk about being Indian for 20 minutes.
Right.
And it would be kind of cool just to do some really, like your sexual stuff is funny, and then kind of bring it in later. I think, it's very, very touchy today to talk about race. It's just it's a tricky subject. And I think the comedy club you tell me, is it a safe place to talk about race, or people go?
You get people yelling out every now and then. If you talk about race in a way that is maybe accurate, but makes you feel like a victim, then they yell out now sometimes. And good clubs will police that, but sometimes they don't, and so you just get somebody yelling at you, and you're like, I'm just telling jokes. I don't know why this is going on.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah.
It's a tough climate out there, and there's probably room for someone who has courage, because that's what it would take, to really go after it, to really start being political. Marty and I have done shows together, and we do a lot of political jokes, but he does it in character.
Yeah.
And when you do it in character, it's very different. He does it as Jiminy Glick.
Oh yeah.
And so you can say a lot of things because it's not us. And whenever he says something outrageous, I go, Jiminy, how can you say that? It's like the ventriloquist dummy can say a lot of things that the ventriloquist can't. I'm just sitting here musing on, the nature of a joke writing or a bit writing, and it's always for a purpose. So I started thinking about you, who've never been on stage before. It just came to me. You could go on and say, good evening. This is my first time ever performing on stage, and I can't believe how well it's going. I thought there would be a learning curve, but it's it's already, I'm on the ascendancy. I can feel it. Just kind of a little self-deprecating, funny to kick you off and get you going.
Yeah.
Anyway, Tim, you look very, let's say it like a kind person. You seem like a very kind person, and I wonder if it's a thought to kind of undercut that a little bit, because I was looking at your material and thinking, is there something? Yeah, you don't really swear.
No.
Yeah. I wonder if it might be good for you. To say something like, "Good evening, fuck."
Yeah.
I just say that because people think I'm too kind, and I'm trying to undercut this image. This is
Well, in that restaurant bit that I was there, one of the reasons I like doing that is because I know that's how I come across, and so I like to play characters.
No, I like that. In fact, I was looking at that. We're going to get to something else in a minute, but I was just looking at this. This is your restaurant bit, right?
Yeah.
I think it's can be very, very sharp, and maybe have I don't know how you deliver it, but a bigger energy. It might be interesting to think of it that way, and really let yourself get mad.
Yeah, I definitely play it like, I definitely do it small. I guess the impulse of that was because just to be as smally condescending, to have small moments of condescension build.
Yeah.
To something truly rude.
Yeah.
But it's true. I've never really gotten too big with it.
Well, you could start very small, like you say, and then get big. But maybe I'm thinking maybe that's the way I'd do it. And you got to do it the way you'd do it. But I got such a great premise of here's when I'm rude, and then we just see you kind of get a little rude.
Yeah.
I'd like to see you get really rude.
Yeah.
So I'm going to destroy it by rooting it. You say, I don't want to talk about food. I'm very, very rude in restaurants. I'm incredibly rude in restaurants. I don't know why it comes out of me. It just flows through me. The rudeness flows through me like it's like air. I'm a bad person when I'm in a restaurant because I talk rude to the server. I don't mean to. It's just the worst. So what I want to do right now, because I don't want to go out to eat tonight, I wanted to get some of the rudeness out of my system. So for right now, you are all now one server. Okay? So when I point to you, please say, "May I help you?" So I think that's really good. I think there are some trims in there and a little more logic straightening out. But I think now you've incorporated them in a sketch without them knowing it.
Yeah.
It's really good. Say, so please say, "May I help you?" May I help you? And you say, okay, pretty good, but let's try it again. Points to audience, "May I help you?" Perfect. Sit down, invisible table, points to audience, and you get points on, "May I help you?" "Oh, yes, thank you for coming, finally." Hey, considering the menu throughout, before every request, delivered sarcastically. First, can I have a glass of water, please, when the food comes? So don't go. Can I get a bison burger, please? I'm probably speeding through this one. And can I taste the difference? And I can taste the difference, so don't try to trick me. And can I get that with white cheddar and don't go. Please, I tip, sauteed mushrooms. And can I get a side of rosemary sweet potato fries? Thanks so much. You're doing a really good job. And can I get the whole thing on the house? I'm joking. Do you like me? Stans makes kissy face, trying to kiss the waiter, but I don't want to talk about food. How did I read that? Too fast, right? Yeah, obviously.
So I try to make it really scenic and kind of, if I can do it small, and that's because what you're saying, I know how I look, and so I think I can be a little more of a jerk in ways. So I can be like, "Hey, thanks for coming, finally. Don't go. It's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're doing so great." So those sort of little.
That's good.
Very small, and so sometimes it does really well if people want to be in that scene with me, and also. It also gives me a lot of room to improvise rude moments, depending on how.
Yeah.
And so I feel like I like being really rude in character, because I'm
I think that's good. A couple of suggestions that come to me is, I'd get one or two more lines from the audience.
Yeah.
Like if you said, do you have the fries tonight? And you say, I'm sorry, we're out of the fries. You know, say, I'm sorry, we're out of the fries. What? Out of fries? You know, why didn't you tell me? Now you tell me? You know, why didn't you tell me when I came in?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And I think you could really, I think it'd be funny to see you really get mad.
Yeah.
You know, and you get kind at the end. And I'm thought, why would you get kind?
Yeah, I think like what I was trying to do with that line is, what is real is that when I'm in a restaurant and I feel like I'm being not great, I do like want to know, I want the waiter to like me. And so I feel like I'll say something rude because it's what I want, but then I'm like, oh no, I made them not like me. So I was trying to like tackle that feeling head-on, but I don't know if it's the most clear or the most funny.
Because your premise is that you're secretly rude. And I think that's a good premise. I mean, you could start it off by saying, you're probably looking at me and thinking, what a jerk. You know, something like that. Or something, or you're not thinking that, but I'm actually quite a jerk.
Yeah.
I have that in me. And I really comes out. When I go to a restaurant, I'm so rude to a waiter. I must be sublimating something and letting it come out. Maybe I'm mad at my dad or mom or something, but I let it come out and it's good. And I love that you just incorporate them. And then after that, you can end it with like, you know, and now I come out of the restaurant, I feel great. You know, I'm back to me, the me you love. You know, the me that you guys are sitting here going, wow, I love this guy.
Yeah.
You know, something like that. I just think it's so smart to take out what we call, I don't know if this word means anything, chuffa. Chuffa is just like the stuff in between that doesn't mean anything. The pointless meanderings. You know, sometimes you have to use it to make a transition. And if you don't really have one, you can walk around the stage and pretend like you're thinking up a new bit. Oh, I remember what I want to talk about. You know, that kind of thing. You know. But the more you can unify it, you know, without looking like this is random. I think it makes a stronger performer. All right. Any thoughts or?
Well, I have a question for
Yeah.
you. When I started doing stand-up, I feel like I did everything very, very scripted, sort of like very by the book. And I'd riff a little bit, but it was the goal was like to deliver the jokes that I wrote, find out the best way to write them. And like recently, I've been feeling like a reverse thing to what you've been saying, which is that find those moments of dead time to be yourself on stage without the jokes, or just to learn what that space feels like a little bit more. Like, how do you feel about that back and forth?
Yes, no, I think you're absolutely right, because, you know, trimming comes after you've achieved looseness.
Yeah.
And so you don't want to stand there and tell jokes. It has to feel like it's coming from a person and not just a joke teller. So in the years that you're doing it on stage, you do develop your own personality. And what you have to learn is to make those jokes sound like they're coming from you and they're not scripted, that you're kind of being spontaneous. You have to fake spontaneity. And, you know, the great performers can do it. They sound like they're just making it up right then. So, yes, I think that's an extremely valid thing to do. You're kind of creating an interstitial personality that sustains you in the moments of transition. So, you know, that's another thing to think about is style.
Right.
It's like you're doing characters, you're doing stand-up, you think, how can that, and I like the way you've done it. You've went seamlessly into a character in a strange way. And one thing that's good is you made it about yourself and not say, you ever meet the guy who goes into a restaurant who's that's really smart. Because when you make it about yourself, everybody's, you're building a character, even if it's an abstract, even if it's non-coherent. You know, it doesn't really have to be coherent because you're an individual and you could be a million different things. So you're selling yourself as either likable or disruptive or trouble. And we just try to reach deep down, come up with something that you're going to be worthwhile standing on that stage in front of them. I was always interested in comedians' opening lines. And I saw Richard Pryor because I always felt like it felt like an important moment, the opening. And I saw Richard Pryor one time, and it was the early 70s, and I was, still struggling as a comedian. And he was supposed to do 2 shows at the Troubadour, one at 8 o'clock and one at 10:30. And now it's 9:30, and he hasn't even shown up. And finally he walks in, and I'm thinking in my conservative comedy sense, oh, he's made the audience really mad. He's an hour and a half late. He's made them really mad. And he goes on. His opening line is, "Hope I'm funny." And everyone loved him, and he killed. He was so unpredictable. He was what everyone wanted. That he's kind of a Bill Murray quality that's really, you just can't pin him down. He feels like an outsider. It's a great quality. I saw a comedian the other night on his special. I think it was a Netflix special. Reggie Watts. It was very, very good. But his opening was crawling through the audience. And they were kind of seated on the floor, so he just crawled over their heads on his way up to the stage, and gets your attention. And then I saw Sam Kinison once, who was a great stand-up comedian in a small club. I saw him at the Comedy Store in Beverly Hills, and he came on. It was a comedian after comedian after comedian. He came on and he said, "You've seen a lot of comedians here tonight. Some really good, some, nice, okay. But there's a difference between them and me. Them, you might want to see again sometime." And it just set off his show in such the right way, iconoclast. And he also was telling the audience at the same time, I'm going to say some things here that you might not like. I had several openings. When I started playing arenas, I opened with the magic dime trick. So I'd be in this vast stadium, and I'd hold up, see the date on the dime, and then people would laugh. It's a way to acknowledge the circumstance and how strange it is. I had one where I'd come out, like you say, I would stand way off mic and start talking like I thought I was in front of the mic, and people would laugh. Or another thing I did was I'd say, "Good evening, it's great to be here." And then I'd move a few feet, say, no, it's great to be here. No, it's great to be here. It's great to be here. And I'd move around. And these sound stupid when you just say them, but in the spirit of the moment, they were fun. They were funny to me. It was exactly what I wanted to do.
Oh, they have these things here. Good.
I have a little bit of a pet peeve for comedians who come out and say, "How we doing tonight? Everybody feeling good?" First of all, you've blown one of the most important moments of your show, which is its beginning and who are you and how you define yourself. Second, you've asked the audience to participate and talk to you. which is almost the worst thing that can happen unless you're highly skilled in, dealing with that. But you have your opening moments where you're either going to win or lose or just start very slowly. So I would just think about that opening.
Thank you. Hey, I'll take those. Hi, folks. Welcome to the show. Hey, we got a lot of... Oh, mic went off. Oh, testing. Okay, we're back now. Hey. Excuse me. We're having some fun now, yeah. Okay. Ready to roll? My name is Steve Martin. I'll be out here in just a moment, and we're going to start. We'll be starting in just a few moments, just waiting for the drugs to take effect, and then we'll be going. Okay. Ah, there we go. Beautiful. Thanks for coming.
Something I've been trying to think about for a while now is how to not be as loose up top. Because sometimes I go up with all the energy and I'm like, I kind of don't know where I'm going to start almost. And I'm like, let me play around for a sec. But I would like to be tighter up top.
I think it's,
so I
it's good because when, that's real estate, that opening is really important. I do see a lot of wasted motion, and it's so good to just tighten it down. And when you're wasting motion, you're losing them a bit. They're expected to be with you or chipper or kind of responsive. And you don't want them to be responsive except for laughing.
How are you is also something I'm trying to take out of my act.
Yeah, just take it out.
Yeah.
You shouldn't even say. You could even say, I'm not going to ask you how you are because I don't care.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's true.
So let me just read a little bit. I'm going to be you.
Okay,
even though I can't be you. But so they say, ladies and gentlemen, Will Miles clapping. And you come out and you say, more applause, more. That's funny. Is that the right attitude for it?
Yeah.
So that's good. Now, then the next thing you say, yeah, let's break everything. Fuck it. It's a laugh. Now, what does that mean? Because that's parlance. Let's break everything means let's have a good time, or
let's break like the whole set.
Yeah, I got it.
Like,
Okay. I just got to get used to you kids. Yeah, and fuck it is like a celebratory thing. Okay. I've lost my mind. That's fun. How are you? I'm doing the worst service to you, but purposefully. I've lost my mind. That's fun. How are you guys doing? I'm the last guy. Yeah. Are we all excited? Now, to me, the key line in there is, I'm the last guy. That means you're the last performer, right?
Yeah.
I don't think you need, how are you guys doing? That's fun. Stuff. Yeah. But say, let's break everything. And I'm the last guy. Isn't that great?
That's fun. Yeah.
And then I love this line. Maybe you do need this other stuff. Oh, that's a lot of fake energy I just gave. I am very low key. I am a pothead. I am out of breath off that. Laughed. And then your next line is, I do smoke a lot of weed. I could tell I was high earlier because I was watching the news. I was just looking at this, I think, you kind of blurt it out. You say, I do smoke a lot of weed. I think it'd be interesting to start to think, by the way, I learned something about myself today. I smoke a lot of weed. And the way I understood that is I realized I'm high all the time. I said, and here's how I realized. Because I love this bit. This is I was watching the news, and there was this point that I said, this is a really good episode. So now you just compressed all that. You say, I learned something about it. I smoke a lot because I was high all the time. And I realized it today when I was watching the news, and I'm thinking, this is a really good episode. You're just like trimming it down from the elements that really speak, rather than just in between, interstitial, kind of schmoozing. Anyway, there's just a thought. It's just a way to think about your opening. your end gives the middle and the beginning meaning. And always think of that goal. It's almost like you could say, how do I end? Before you even start, how do I begin? Because it's much better to work backwards from an ending. And remember, your goal is not to have the audience go, it's to have them go, oh my God, that's fantastic. That's your goal. And when you start working backwards, you start thinking, how can I get to that? Rather than a nice, polite response.
So I gotta get rambling now, but you've been a great crowd, really. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for coming by. Thank you, 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 thank you. I hate doing this. Thank you, 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 thank you. So I guess I'll get. Oh, there's some guys there with nose glasses on too. Cute. No, I remember when I had my first beer.
I had a comedy magic act. I always did it at the end. And it had some really good jokes in it. And I ended up, by the time it was over, I had balloon animals on my head, and I had nose glasses, and I had an arrow. And I'm standing there, and my sort of closing line, I would say, now I'd like to get serious for a moment. And it always got this huge laugh because I didn't look serious at all. And it gave me closure. You see the end is here. How can you can't top balloons on your head and arrows. Now, other comedians are not going to have that. But just theoretically, when I get to the end, I've done some material, whether it's good or bad, then I brought out a whole new thing. And you can just feel the audience lean in a little bit. Something completely new is starting. Either a big subject change is going to get their attention, or a feeling of conclusion that summarizes maybe what you've done or some things you've talked about. Because an end doesn't have to be, who the killer was, especially in stand-up. It's just giving the show a shape. So they feel like they've seen something. You didn't just drop the needle down and let it play for 15 minutes and then pick the needle up. The ideal would be to have an act and then in the last 5 minutes, wrap it up and have it, in the last 5 minutes, be given a meaning.
Folks, this is kind of my favorite part of the show, when I get to step down among the people. I don't believe in these distinctions of audience and performer. I think we're all one, and that's why I enjoy stepping down among the people. Don't touch me. Okay. Hi. Hey, how's it going? Stars! Henry Winkler. Enjoy your work. Hey, how's it going? Want to come over to my place? Let's play tennis tomorrow. Hey.
If you're looking for an ending, look in the beginning or the middle. Something established there is your key to pulling it all together. The ending is really what they remember. And think of yourself as telling a story. Now, let me explain what I mean. I don't mean it has an ending revelation or anything, although that's good. If you can tie up your material in the end and kind of, one thing I think is to do callbacks. Mm-hmm. Just lay in something early on that you can refer to. It makes the show have a shape to it. It makes it like an invisible weave in your show. But I see a lot of comics who do a show and then they just stop and walk off. and they've done their best bit, and they walk off. You can say good night. You can say, God, we've had a great time. Yeah, I used to do that, but I used to do it ironically, you know. I couldn't get off the stage. I had a long bit about getting off the stage. I don't know what that would translate to today, but, you know, say good night. And, you know, you say, I've really enjoyed you. I haven't enjoyed you, but I've enjoyed this. And, you know, I'm going to go home tonight, and I'm going to just lie in bed and think of this show and the odors and the, you know, wrap it up. Make them give you a nice applause. Good night, everybody. Certain performers can do foul material. It's fantastic. Richard Pryor, I wouldn't say it was foul, I mean, not by today's standards, but it can be so funny. And somebody else has it, and it's vulgar in some way, and I mind it. And it's just up to the performer. But I don't have any judgment on the type of material. It can be completely dirty or completely clean. I don't care. Depends on how it works. It's all about this thing called comedy and how you make that work. And I hate to sit here and go, there's no real answer. I can just give you directions. That's what's so great about it. There's no one way to be a painter. There's no way to solve it. And even if somebody solves it, they've solved it personally, and someone else comes along and is also fantastic. There is definitely an argument for your position on political correctness. And you can violate it, I think to a degree, or not violate it, which I think is actually preferable. Because I think there's a lot to PC that is good, and there's a lot happening that is not so good. People are probably too easily offended, but we're in that sort of backlash stage of people being offensive. So I think that'll all settle out. And sometimes I've seen artists break boundaries and went, ooh, and then later you kind of thought it was funny. But when you break that boundary, when you say, I'm going to talk about this, you're defining yourself. And it's about and this is not judgmental, it's about what your morality is. So you're kind of defining your morality. When Madonna came on the scene, she was really pushing a morality boundary, talking about vaginas and this and the way she dressed and the religious things. And now they're sort of common. They became almost passé. So this is a question that is almost unanswerable, because you'll know, if you're a non-PC person, you're going to learn very quickly how far you can go. So I'd just be very careful there. If you're going to test it, make sure you test it privately so it doesn't stick with you. And today, something can stick with you forever. It's relatively easy to do comedy that insults people because there's always us and them, and and I think that's perfect when you're young, perfect. As I get older and I've had more experience, you become more empathetic to people. And now, like a thing that would have meant nothing to me, 30 years ago, I go, somewhere there's someone watching who might be overweight, who might be this or that, and I start to feel for them. But it's not the purview of the young to become too sensitive, I would think. But it's very interesting to think of what is kind comedy. And kind comedy would usually reflect back on yourself. You would make fun of yourself rather than other people. So there is that element. You think, well, will I be aggressive about people, or will I be more introspective about myself? I mean, that's another way to look at it. Either one is fine. but it certainly is a dividing line. Maybe you can mix it up a little bit too. Now, this is interesting. You say, so there was a point, I'm looking at the news, and I said, this is a really good episode. And they laugh. Out loud. To no one.
Yeah.
So you're kind of building on that. And it gets a laugh, right?
Yeah.
Then you say, so good. I watch Pix11 News. Is so good just a little throwaway?
Just a little throwaway.
Throwaway, okay. Yeah, that's fine. I watch Pix11 News. But these are the things that you should think about,
Okay.
I think. Without having seen your act, and I could watch it and go, oh, I'm an idiot. It works great, you know? But try to trim down those little things that don't count.
Yeah.
And say, I watch Pix11 News. I don't watch, like regular people, news on, like, real networks. Fine. Pix11 is a great network in this fair city. This news is a lot different than most newscasters would do. Because most news programs, they have the newscaster that reads the news beforehand. And then they come into a room and they're reading it with a lot of fervor and processed emotions already, but not Pix11. See, this is all good. I think that could be trimmed down.
Yeah.
You know, just say Pix11 is a local news station. It's not like the big news where they read the news ahead of time and they're rehearsed. And okay, when they come in the room, they've not read the news at all. I think that's good. It's kind of great because they're reading it live on air for the first time. And you're like, I'm reading every word. I'm just killing it. And like, because normally I watch it and it's like one baby dead and they have no emotions about it. I think you need to clarify that when I watch it on the network news.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, you need to say that. They say a baby dead and they have no emotions about it. And you're like, wow, that's cold. That's fucked up. Probably works, right?
Yeah.
Then you say, I couldn't deal with that situation like that. So that's probably you're explaining yourself. I couldn't deal with that. Yeah, it's like that.
I couldn't deal with the news like that, yeah.
But on Pix11, they look at the news in front of you, and there's a pause before they read it, and it's like, oh, that's terrible. That's good, right? And they start talking about it on the panel, like, did you see this? This is crazy. This shouldn't be. I don't even know how to say this. It's good, see? Yeah. Baby is, ooh. Baby is dead is a hard thing to listen to.
Yeah.
You know? I would consider maybe either just changing it to something else, but baby is dead actually affects people in ways you don't even know. But still, let's say it's good, because it is harsh, you know.
It's harsh. I
wouldn't say it again. Just go, baby is low.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
this is so. Now you say, that's cold. It's a baby that had no emotions about it. Like, wow, that's cold. That's fucked up. Now, what gets the laugh? Is it when you say, wow, that's cold, or that's fucked up?
That's fucked up.
Mm-hmm. I just always, whenever it's the word fucked that gets the laugh, I always question it a little bit.
Yeah.
Because it's become kind of a staple. And sometimes I see people that say that actually is the punchline, the word fuck. And that's what's motivating that laugh. But it always makes it kind of a rote response in the audience, because they do laugh at it. I remember I had it in my act in the early days. It was huge. And I thought, I'm getting a laugh on a non-joke. And I worked for years to try and get it out. And I finally had enough material to take it out. It was just an intellectual decision, really.
An ultimate goal of mine is to work clean, eventually.
Well, then you should take out fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're close here. It's like you've got one little moment. And by the way, I'm not criticizing the use of the word fuck. I mean, people use it all the time. And I'm teaching my 4-year-old. And but you can just clean it up a little bit and still be funny and not have this such an image, which may be what you want. It may be what you want to do, but you get the same effect if you wanted to clean it up. These suggestions, of course, don't apply to everybody. So because it depends on the personality of the comedian, and everything is about individuality. You're creating your persona on stage. You're becoming an individual. Perseverance over time really mattered to me, really counted. And I think it mattered to other people too, to other performers. They say, I'm still here. I don't know why, but I'm still here. So why should I waste my energy worrying that things are going to go away? And it's something you should worry about when you're starting out and you have a little success at this. Like, how do you maintain it? You know, when I first, and I think all comedians go through this, maybe a little different now, but after performing for, I don't know, 8, 9 years, I get on The Tonight Show. So what do you do when you get on The Tonight Show? You do your best material. You go, hey, I killed him on The Tonight Show. That's fantastic. Now they ask you back. What do you do? Your second best material. And then your third best. And then you're out of material. But that's when I started developing new material. Like I went on once with a comedy act for dogs. I did that. And I did a bit where I could tell the audience I can make them laugh simply by reading the phone book. And the bit was I got so desperate I started doing, ridiculous things to make them laugh, and slowly started to build it up. And I was much more conscious about having material and even restructuring old material or finding ways to get new material. And it's really just working it out, going out to the clubs and working it out. But before you take that first TV show, which of course you have to take, first appearance, you have to take it, but it'd be great to have something else, a backlog of more and more material. And I know the comedians today change their material constantly. It's, in the vaudeville days, you did 6 minutes, the same 6 minutes for the rest of your life. And now you do a comedy special and you've got to write, an hour and a half a year. It seems impossible. So you really have to have a catalog, a backlog, a place to go when that thing starts to dry up, and even have access to new material, whether you employ your friends or yourself, and have a system, a backup system to supply yourself and practice it. I learned early on that rehearsal was very, very important. Now, let me talk about what I'm talking about, magic. You had to do it 1,000,000 times. It had to be perfect, had to be perfect. You did it in front of a mirror. And so when I started doing comedy, there is no way to rehearse it because you have to do it in front of an audience. The best thing you can do is, even today, if I have a new line or something, I will go over it in my head and go over it so I don't stumble on it. You don't want to stumble. But there's no way to rehearse except get in front of people. So there really is no rehearsal except experience, which is probably the best way to do it. I guess if you're rehearsing juggling, of course I could rehearse that, or Flydini I could certainly rehearse, but you can't rehearse comedy to nobody. You've got to give yourself room to be bad, because you learn more from being bad than you do from being great. I've talked about it in my my autobiography. It's like, anyone can be great. There's always a night where you're just on it and you're so good and the audience is there. It's like a miracle. Everybody came together at the same time. But what about the next night when you don't have that hot audience and you've got to be good and you've got to be consistent? So you've got to learn that consistency. And it's just a slow development, a line at a time, an idea at a time. The way you hold yourself, a moment, and you go, oh, that felt different. And that's the way it's collected. It can be, thought up in one giant leap, but the actual process of it is going to take that kind of experimentation and freedom. So try to find places where you can be awful. And I know there's plenty of them, I think from what I hear. And the great thing today is you can be kind of awful and still get paid. Remember to watch your mistakes, because your mistakes may not really be mistakes. They may be something emerging. Say, why did I do that? Why did that happen? And say, maybe there's actually more there, rather than try to shut that down. Maybe there's something more. Writing music, if you make them, that's the best example, the most clearest. If you make a mistake, you went, what was that note? I didn't mean to play that note. And then suddenly you're off on something. And I can even say my life changed because of watching mistakes. For example, I was still, a young comedian in the early 70s, kind of on that cusp between getting work and being kind of funny, but not really having any success. And I was playing at college, and I was going to play in sort of a makeshift, it was a theater classroom, and it had a stage. And so the students would be, in the audience, and I would be on the stage. But I didn't check everything out. And so now I finished, I'm doing my act, and I realize there's no wings to the stage. There's no place to go when I'm done. I had my little box of things, I had my banjo case, and so I sort of go over and I'm putting things away. And the audience didn't leave. And I kept saying, that's it. And they kept thinking I was still going on in some way. And I started to think, oh, they're thinking this is part of the act somehow. And so there was only one way out, which was through the audience. So I got off the stage and I started talking and ad-libbing. I don't remember what I said. I'm just talking and saying little funny things, trying to act like I know what I'm doing. Then I went out into the hallway, trying to end the show, and the audience followed me out into the hallway. So I kept talking to them, making jokes. Then we went outside, and it was a beautiful, warm, Tennessee night. And there was an empty swimming pool there. And so I said, everybody get in the pool. So they all got in the pool. It was empty, so they just kind of stood there. And then I swam over the top of them. And I finally got out, and we ended. And I went home that night and I said, I think I just changed my life right now. Because I found something that I did not expect to happen and went with it, I guess, and started thinking about comedy, or my comedy, in a new way. It wasn't going to be just confined to the start and the end, and it was going to spread out, and it was going to become more, at least at this time, radical. Another big change in my career, I was an opening act, going around and doing okay, as an opening act, but I was getting no traction. If I'd get a review, if the review came out, it was always about the headliner. And I realized, no matter how good I am, no matter how I went over, I'm not the headliner. So I was playing places, opening act, would see 500 people, and I said, I'm only gonna headline. And my next shows were for 60 people. But I was the headliner. And the headliner sticks in people's heads. Somehow it has some importance to them that's maybe not even valid. But as soon as I started headlining, that's when I started getting attention and started getting the reviews I needed. You'll find, as you become incrementally confident, that confidence produces more confidence. It produces more material, gives you the littlest bit of courage to go to the next stage. Confidence, I'd say, took me 25 years to get. Sometimes it would come in little increments, but the way to get confidence is to perform or write consistently, and you'll slowly build a little base. And you'll say, if somebody came and says, "Oh, we got a show for you at the La Ha-Ha's Club," and you say, "I've done that before. I can do that. I've done it. I got 20 minutes or 25 minutes. I've done it." And in the more bizarre circumstances you get in, the more you're acquiring your own confidence. I once performed, when I was starting out, at a drive-in movie theater at a resort in California. And it was during the day, 3 p.m., and the cars came in and put a speaker in their car, and I was on the stage, and if they thought something was funny, they honked. So the stranger circumstances you get in, you're just building up this repertoire, this arsenal of experience that there's no substitution for, especially in these fields. It's not theoretical, it's practical, even though there's nothing more anxiety producing than performing on stage. But you can fool yourself too, in a good way. When I first started developing my act, I thought, I'm going to fake confidence. And so when I got on stage, I never let the audience know I was bombing. I just acted, this is fantastic. And it developed a personality for me on stage, but it also the audience they want to know they're in good hands. Be very confident, fake it. And let them think they're the problem, not you. You're funny. I want to be clear about stage anxiety or stage fright. It's mostly what you'd call excitement. So it's not real anxiety. Real anxiety will take you off the stage because it's free floating. You're not saying I'm nervous because of the show. You're feeling something otherworldly with real anxiety. So distinguish between just nerves, which I get too, which I really just call excitement. It's no longer anxiety. I did have anxiety in my life. And the only thing that got over that was understanding what it was and time. And so, embrace your nerves and just know that it's really part of it. That's an easy thing to say and not an easy thing to do, because then I would never be nervous. But I still do get nervous. You're just wanting to do well or kicking yourself if you blew a line somehow. When you think about it, you're going out in a very vulnerable situation. It's very natural to have nerves. Never look at the audience. Look over their heads, look somewhere else, look into the darkness, maybe occasionally, because what you're gonna see is people not laughing. I remember being in an arena, I was talking about this with Jerry Seinfeld the other day, playing for 18,000 people, and I'd hear the biggest laugh I've ever heard, and I'd look out in the audience and be 1 out of 20 laughing, because there's people being thoughtful too. They're watching it. I've been to plays where I was aware I wasn't laughing, but I thought it was really funny. And I loved it afterwards. And we talk about that all the time in theater. It's like, you think the audience is dead, and then at the end they leap to their feet with the biggest roar that you've had that week. I had a really fine agent in the 70s named Marty Klein. I talked about him before. And I'd come off and I'd say, "God, it was fantastic tonight. It was fantastic." And he would say, "It's okay." I go, "Really?" And then another night, I'd do what I thought was an average show, and he'd come up and say, "That was one of the most special shows." So you don't know what people are thinking, what's going on out there. You might be killing them, and there's 10 people going, "I hate this." Ostensibly, you hear them not laughing, so you think you lost them. But if you don't ever acknowledge that you lost them, they may not know that you lost them or you think you lost them. I used to think, by the way, at the time a ticket price was $10. I'd say, these people paid $10 to see this. I've got to deliver. I can't be lax. I want to go out there and make it worth their while. And that's another way to look at your performance. Say, I have an obligation here. So don't undercut yourself by thinking, this is a terrible audience. Deliver, deliver. Vegas is a great place to play now. When you go there, they have beautiful theaters in rows, aisles, seats. But in the 70s, the 80s, the rooms were very different. They were big booths. They tried to be VIP type booths, and people are sitting like this, and they're spread out. So they never really cohered as an audience. It was like a group of individuals. And so here's my impression of what it was like to play the dinner show in Las Vegas. I would be opening, say, for Anne Margaret. And you'd hear, it's the dinner, so you'd be on stage and you hear this. And say, now, ladies and gentlemen, the comedy stylings of Steve Martin. There's nothing like it when you're playing where people are eating, because they're always half interested, so you can't maintain a flow, because they're going like this, then distraction, and then what, and you can't blame them. It's not their fault. It's just, if you could avoid the dinner show, and they stopped it, actually. They stopped it, and now it's a fantastic place to play. In fact, one of my favorite theaters is in Las Vegas.
What do you think about engagement with the audience? And are there certain points, or where are those certain points? Or where are you letting that wall break or bend in terms of talking to the audience?
I wouldn't let them get in there.
Not at all.
Not at all. No. They're going to screw you up if they start talking back. I mean, you can, if you do that joke, let's say that example of a joke, and I've really enjoyed this audience, not you, or did it at the top, I can tell I like this audience except for you. This stupid joke's probably done 1,000,000 times. Don't give them that opening, because it's not a party. You're in charge. Some people can do it successfully, but I think if you think of the big comedians, it's a big shutdown. It's them. And they're watching, and they're not part of it. They paid to see you. You didn't pay to see them. And they're not as good as you are. They're just not. And every once in a while, somebody gets a line. You don't want to encourage that talking. When I would be performing, I could smell trouble. I would do either two things. I'd just start getting into the mic so they couldn't even be heard, talking and keep talking, and don't break that sentence until you feel them done. Don't look at a heckler. Don't engage them. Make them feel stupid. Usually the audience will shut them up, maybe. I don't know how things are today. Another thing I did was start talking very quietly like this. And then I found out that the audience would go, shh, to the person who's talking. But unless you're making it a party intentionally, that's different. That could be a style. Anybody else, or go eat? What do you think? I'm not that hungry.
I feel sorry for some younger comedians who don't get to bomb, for years and years and years. In Amy Schumer's autobiography, she talks about bombing, But she had and I did too, the camaraderie of other people doing the same thing. And you can sort of socialize your anxieties away because everybody's having a communal experience. But the best thing to do is not rely on your material and rely on your personality. because your personality is always working. Your personality doesn't require laughs. Your, say, position of your comedy, the place it starts from, doesn't rely on laughs. It's going to be funny even if nobody's laughing. And that's ideally what you're shooting for, is that you can survive no laughs and still somebody's gonna say, that guy's funny, or she was funny. The value in bombing, of course, is knowing how your material works on the worst of nights. I wouldn't, I mean, unless you're quitting the business, say, wow, I'm bombing really badly. Good night, everybody, you know? If you're watching this, you're at least fooling around with the idea of being in the arts. And I highly recommend a life of being in the arts and being with other artists, because they're funny, you have a happy life, they're creative, they think, they learn things, and it's a very exciting life, whether it's your primary life choice or auxiliary. It just opens your horizons. It's good to be in several disciplines because you gain friends in those worlds. If you have an interest in art, you don't have to be an artist, a painter, but you can have those friends, and they bring new things into your life. Musicians bring new things into your life. Comedians bring new things. Actors, directors. So it's good to be a polymath, because you're going to meet so many different kinds of people who are going to affect your life positively and also affect your artistic life positively. You're going to have rivals. You're going to have people you're either jealous of, you're thinking, how did that person, why do they love that person? Love your rivals. Your rivals make you better. They're going to inspire you to go further, and also you're just wasting time because there's nothing you can do about it. No matter where you are, it's going to be somebody better. It's just part of being in show business or part of being in the arts. And you know, the best thing to do is to think of it as you're their compatriots. Like, get to know them, find out what's going on. You know, hover around. You know, you can feed off each other. You can be, you know, good, confident, spirited rivals in a sense. But don't let it eat at you. If you're going to let it eat at you, use it. Use that kind of energy to say, what can I do? Don't get yourself down because someone's killing it out there, because it's always going to happen. It's not like you can say, I finally am better than everybody, because then you just go like this. Oh, I didn't see you there. Oh. It is hard to be a comedian. First of all, there is the travel, probably traveling alone. There is mostly rejection and failure and isolation, criticism. But looking back on it myself, I thought, I didn't know how hard it was. I only know now how hard it was. There was something about me personally that liked being isolated at that time in my life and liked being alone and was uncomfortable in groups and, you know, socially. I had some really close, good friends, but I was always, you know, shy at a party, introverted. So there was something that suited me about this isolated travel. And like I say, I didn't know it was a struggle at the time. I looked back later and thought, that was a struggle. At the time, I was enjoying it, and I loved being on the road, and I loved talking to people and picking up girls and, you know, having a cocktail and then going back to your depressing hotel room alone. I do an impression of what it's like, at least for then, being on the road and staying in motels. You'd be so tired, and you'd hit the bed, and you'd hear through the wall this. And I'd say, they're going to shut up soon, and they never would. I was never able to use negative feedback to inspire myself. It's like a broken heart. You just get over it. It's just there, and maybe one day you'll laugh at it. I remember once I had an agent, my writing agent, and I was still writing for television and doing a little stand-up, and he just looked at me and he said, "You're never going to make it in stand-up. You got to stick to writing." And I thought, oh, I've got my badge of honor. Now someone has told me I'm not going to make it. Anybody who amounts to anything has that. So you can look at it that way. You say, part of the job is to get a terrible, terrible review from someone who doesn't understand you. Only a couple of times in my life did I get a bad review that wised me up. One was a movie review, and I was playing a preacher. The movie was called Leap of Faith. It was kind of a drama. And I colored my hair and did all this, and I'm acting and everything, and the reviewer said, "Watch out when Steve Martin goes for the hair dye." And I thought, okay, I'm never gonna do that again. Never gonna do that again. We have a thing as comedians talk about it. As soon as you start talking about comedy, it's dead. As soon as you try to figure out a joke, why it worked, it's dead. Mike Nichols told me a great story once. I don't know if it was apocryphal, but it sounds real. He said there were actors doing a play, and now it's after the show, and one of the actors says, "Oh my God, when I do that bit, when I put the glass down, the audience just goes crazy for that. They love that. They laugh." The other guy says, "What are you talking about? That's my laugh. I sit down and I cross my legs and do a look. That's my laugh." And the third guy says, "You're all wrong. It's when I turn and look, and that's what gets the laugh." So they make an agreement. They say, "Look, we'll just do one thing a night, and we'll see who gets the laugh." So the first guy does his bit with the glass, there's no laugh. And then the second guy does his bit, he sits down and crosses his legs, and there's no laugh. And the third guy, next night, does a take, no laugh. And they're backstage, and they say, "Well, I don't know. I guess it's the whole thing." So they went back, did it all together, and never got the laugh again. So there is danger in analyzing too much, although we're doing it here for fun, and it may be inspirational to somebody to think, I have a thought. I love the idea of thinking, especially about a subject like comedy. There's a writer I love named Douglas Hofstadter who has these beautiful essays, but he talks about how thoughts go into one, and they're like viruses. They go into one person, the thought, and it mutates, and it gets expelled in another way, and then another person hears that thought, and it starts. It's not quite a meme, because a meme stays the same, but the thought is morphing and morphing and morphing. So by the time you get to the last moment of that thought, it is completely different, yet related to this original thought. And so maybe some of the things I say are going to be taken and go, changed, put into the subconscious, mixed salt with pepper, shaped, come around and come out in some other completely different way, useful to a young artist. When we talk about artistry in comedy, when you're on stage, you're not thinking about artistry. You're thinking about going over what's next. You're very practical. And the artistry takes place somewhere intellectually before you go on or off stage. And oh, you might have an artistic moment off stage that becomes a bit, but when you're out there, you're not thinking, well, I'm not getting laughs, but boy, am I an artist. You got to hit it with all sides. You're like, you're being pummeled by lights and laughs and audience and talking, and you've got to guide this mass through the morass that is your act.
All right, how are we doing on time? Oh, real good. And now it's time for a little juggling. Now, I realize a lot of you people are sitting out there saying to yourselves, oh, I bet he can't juggle. All right, start with the easy stuff. First of all, I juggle 1. Now, it's easy. Now, 2, here we go. You're not laughing now. Now, 3.
I remember when I was first started to do movies, and I thought, well, I've been on stage a million times. This is going to be no problem. Then I get on the set, and I think, oh, I'm supposed to sit in a chair, and I have a glass. How do you put down a glass? Do you go like this and then sit down, or do you sit and go like this? I was really lost. I thought, I don't know how to put down a glass. And I started listening, watching other actors work, and I talked with an important director in my life, Herbert Ross, and he gave me some really good pointers. And then eventually I just absorbed it. And when they said action, there was no change of nerves. I said, oh, I just be a person. Then you can be that character too. But now I have no problem with putting down a glass in a scene. Or sitting down. I thought, how do you sit down? I was really that lost. And this is another thing I learned about acting, and it also is informative about comedy. I talked to Dustin Hoffman like 20 years ago, and he told me a story. He said, we were talking about wives and things. He said, oh, I made a big mistake with my wife, and she got so mad. I said, what was it? And he said, well, we were in a restaurant, like a bar, and we were breaking up. And she was there, and she was crying. She was crying and talking and upset. And then the waiter came over, and she was crying, and she says, oh, I'll have a coffee, a latte, and some French fries. And he looked and he said, like an actor would, he said, oh, what a great moment. And she got so mad. Why, you son of a bitch? Would you understand? But I learned something about acting in that moment, that you can carry contradictory emotions around with you. You can do that in comedy when you're doing a comedy film, or probably stand-up too. It's not all one thing. It's not all one direction. You can change it up, radicalize it, be normal, and carry simultaneous emotions going along. I remember one moment where I learned a lot. It was not really a pleasant moment, but Herbert Ross, whom I liked a lot, but he could also be very difficult. And usually on a movie, I did several movies with him, he would pick on someone for a reason I don't understand. So he was doing a scene with Joan Cusack, and he was being a little insulting to her. And the scene was, she's angry, and she's doing the scene, and she's yelling, and she's angry. And so the lunch break comes, I say, Herb, what are you so tough on her for? She's like doing great. She's supposed to be angry, and she's angry. And she's yelling, and she's angry. And he said, well, anger has 1,000 faces. I went, oh, that's true. Because how often in life do we yell? For me, almost never. Do I get angry? Sure. But it comes out some other way. It can come out in silence. It can come out with laughter. There are literally 1,000 ways to be angry. And at that point, I learned about indicating. And indicating is a great actor's phrase that is a negative. And it means, oh, I'm supposed to be angry? I'll yell, and then the audience will understand I'm angry. Or if I'm happy, I'll really smile, and then everyone will know that I'm... And it doesn't work that way because emotions come out so convoluted. And it makes it actually less interesting when you're right on it, right on the emotion.
God, this is a hard thing to tell parents, especially when they're my parents. Oh, God.
Honey, just say it. What's the big deal?
Yeah. Okay. I met somebody in Rome. He's an American. He's from LA, actually, and his name's Brian McKenzie, and he's this completely wonderful, amazing man. And, well, we started seeing each other a lot, and we fell in love. It actually happened. And we've decided to get married, which means that I'm engaged. I'm engaged. I'm getting married.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, my. Oh, my. And that's your engagement ring, huh?
Yes. We got it at a flea market outside of Rome. The guy we bought it from said it was at least 100 years old.
Wow.
So, Dad, stop it. Say something.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Dad, I met a man in Rome, and he's wonderful and brilliant, and we're getting married.
Mom, what's he doing?
George, what is it?
We're shooting the scene, I'm just kind of listening and thinking about it. And then later, when people saw the movie, they said, boy, your expressions were so funny. I thought, they were? I didn't do anything. And I think it was the situation that was funny. And all they had to do was cut to me, and they could kind of read my reaction somehow, just because it was in the nature of the way the scene was written. So sometimes you don't even have to do too much if the scene is written well. I remember when I was shooting Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, and we were going to work with the actress Barbara Harris. And I loved Barbara Harris. I watched her in 1,000 Clowns, thought she was great, and she was an improv person. So she came on, and we're doing a scene on a plane. And I found her, as I'm acting opposite her, erratic. And she'd like, no, she'd go back and go over it again. And I had a newspaper in her hand, and she said, would you do me a favor? Right before I say my line, would you thwack that newspaper on the wall? And I said, okay. And I'm thinking, this is like amateur night. So I'm going bang, and she's, coming up with the line, going, And then when I saw her in the scene, I thought, in the cut scene, fantastic. She's unpredictable. I mean, unpredictable as a person, and that leads to an unpredictability on the screen. I thought, this is how it's done. That, it's like harnessing zaniness and harnessing peculiarity. So here she is being, putting everything off balance, and then it would cut to me, and I thought, I'm just regular. you know? Now, maybe that worked for the scene, but somebody had to be regular and somebody had to be unpredictable. I think that's one reason why Bill Murray is so fascinating on the screen, because he's erratic off screen, and he brings that unpredictability to the screen. I think people who do great characters like Kristen Wiig, you know, I think they're drawing on people they've known and people or a set of qualities that intrigue them. And I recall in Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, the movie, there's a scenes where I play Ruprecht the Monkey Boy. And in the script, it was a remake of an earlier movie. So in the script, those scenes were very minimally described. And Frank Oz, the director, and I, we didn't really have much. And so we went to the set the night before, and we just started thinking. And I had bits from my act that I wanted to put in. I kind of did this voice, and I had this voice. And I think maybe that voice's roots are in Lily Tomlin somewhere, Ernestine, something. But anyway, I was talking like this. Now, someone who talks like this is not that bright. And so, you know, these qualities start to come to you strictly dictated by the voice and facial expression you've chosen to make.
Not mother?
No, Ruprecht. She's not our mother. Go on, Diana. You were saying?
Well, I think that the...
Ruprecht! May I take your trident, sir? Yes. Now, Diana, as you were saying, you don't think the poor should be allowed in museums.
I think the
Ruprecht, don't take the cork off the fork.
Why is the cork on the fork?
To prevent him hurting himself and others.
I want to talk about writing alone, and then the process of that you can use to develop your material. I'll use a screenplay as an example, even though I think it would apply to comedy. When I wrote Bowfinger, the movie, I had the idea for the script for a long time, at least for 10 years, which was an actor is starring in a movie he doesn't know he's in, meaning he's being followed around surreptitiously by a film crew. So you have that idea, and I thought, that's funny. You could create situations and put somebody in. So you start working backwards. What does that mean? Okay, it's not a major studio that's gonna follow around an actor. It's gotta be a dreamer. And I remembered somebody told me once, 100 years ago, they're making independent films, they financed the entire film on a credit card. I thought, I like that idea. That's real drive of getting something together. And I like the subject matter of someone who's so driven that they want to do something. So you start working backwards. So you say, okay, there's a guy who's a failed filmmaker, has a little bit of credit to himself, and he's got loyal followers who are even slightly below him economically and status-wise, who have faith in him, and he's a guru. And I remember Lorne Michaels said to me one time, he said, there's nothing funnier than small-time show business. And I thought, that's this area. It's a small-time show business. Okay, so, all right. So I'm at the meeting with Jerry Renfro, and it's going very well. But I'm looking at him, and I'm thinking, you know, I don't need him. What I need is someone like a Kit Ramsey. Kit Ramsey makes this a go picture. So I went to see Kit at his home.
Oh my God.
And what did he say?
What did who say?
What did Kit Ramsey say?
What did Kit Ramsey say? Okay. So I'm meeting with Kit at his home. And by the way, he knew who I was, big fan. And I gave him the script, and he looked through the script. And I said, so what do you think? Are you interested in doing this movie? And Kit looked at me and he said, "Kid, just said yes."
Kit Ramsey said yes?
Kit Ramsey is doing this movie!
When I was working on the joke, the Jerk, it was my very first screenplay. I'd only written sketches. I did, and I wrote it with two other really good writers, Carl Gottlieb, who wrote Jaws, and Michael Elias, who was a great comedy writer. But I did think, I know what this is about. The movie summarized, they call it a rags to riches to rags story. So I said, I like the idea of him starting poor. I like the idea of him getting rich off something innocuous, something accidental. And that came from a friend of mine. He always used to tell people, he would pretend like he was rich, and they'd say, "How'd you get rich?" He said, "Oh, my grandfather invented the tennis ball." And he was completely making that up. And I thought, yeah, that Whiteout story, the person who made Whiteout, is a multi-billionaire. So I liked that. So I came up with the idea of the little glasses handle. And I said, but for the sake of the story, I don't want him to end up rich. So how can I do both? One is he can lose all his money by being an idiot and being arrogant and sloppy like people are. And then sort of get the best of both worlds when his dad shows up and says, "Well, you've been sending me money and I put it in a no-load mutual trust fund." It's probably what he should have been doing, at least in that period. So we get the best of both worlds, and it reunites the family. So I knew I had the beginning, and I knew I had the middle, and I knew I had the end. And then it's just filling it in, like, okay, what happens next? What happens next? He goes on the road, he joins the circus, he meets a girl, he inadvertently invents something that makes him rich, and he meets an honest businessman, who gives him the money he deserves. And it's just filling in the blanks until you get the end. This is another little, I don't know, secret or mantra or way to think. You're writing something or you're performing something, you think, where should it go next? Where should it go? Like, forget about where it is going. Where should it go? What feels to you? What's the next paragraph? What does this first paragraph imply for the next paragraph? And I've done it with movies, I've done it with plays. I think, what should happen next? Not what do I want to happen, what should happen? Should somebody come in the kitchen? When I sat down to write my play, one of my plays, Picasso at the Lapin of Gilles, I thought, I knew what I wanted to write about. Picasso, when he was a young man, in his early 20s, he knew he was a genius. And he would hang out in bars. Now, I hung out in bars, wasn't a genius, but I hung out in bars like the Troubadour, and there were all these young artists. There were the Eagles, Linda Ronstadt, great performers to be. And so I had this experience of young creative people hanging out together. So I'm gonna write about Picasso being a young person, kind of knowing he's a genius. So I thought, I think I have a premise here. So I sat down to write it, and I thought, okay, I'm writing the bar, setting the scene, and I go, what happens next? And I went, Albert Einstein walks in. Now, I had no idea this play was going to be about Albert Einstein and Picasso. But weirdly, subconsciously, these two guys were approximately the same age, both on the verge of creative, masterful works, and it just appeared. Now, if I had thought about it, I went, but what should happen next? And I said, somebody needs to come in who's not Picasso. It all just kind of worked out by magic. But I think that's subconscious thought at work and dealing with what should happen next. This current play I'm writing, or have written, called Meteor Shower. When I was writing it, I was maybe at the loosest stage of my writing life. I was just writing. Sometimes didn't know where it was going. You just keep pouring that out. You don't know what it is. Now later you're going to look at it and you're going to use your intellect to shape it. But you'll have never found those crazy moments if you let your intellect do the writing. You've got to let your artistic mind write so freely. But then what I would discover is I'd look and say, gee, here's something crazy I've said. Cannibalism. So I'm on page 10, and I mentioned cannibalism. Now, that's not an idea you think is going to go somewhere. So now on page 50, when you call it back, it starts to give cohesiveness to the piece. And when you're in the middle of something, you're holding everything in your mind. It amazes me. I thought, well, I don't remember what happened on page 12. But it turned out I did. And I think for most people, you're creating cohesion even when you don't know it, especially if you learn how to utilize it. If you can connect those dots in some meaningful way, it's going to be surprising. Call it back and suddenly have it have a meaning. When I wrote the script for LA Story, and I finished it, and I looked at it, and I thought, there's very little dialogue. And I didn't really know how to write dialogue. I talked to David Mamet one day, and he was just talking on another subject. He says, then that'll be the dialogue. I can write dialogue all day. I'm going, you can't? Oh my God, I'm having trouble. But slowly through the years, I somehow liberated my mind, and now I love to write dialogue. It just feels natural. You just think, what's next? What would they say? What would they say? Can I go off on this tangent? And you know that sometimes when a character speaks and you're waiting for it's kind of a cliche that the characters start writing it. At first, when you're writing something, you're writing it. And then when it's developed and the characters become clear, they start writing it. The characters have their own parameters that they carry around with them and their own responses. And it's a really nice moment when you feel, oh, I know what this next line is. I know what he or she would say. Know that you're in communication with someone, and you have to be clear. Now, whether they like it or not, that's up to them, and you can say, they don't like that, but it was clear. I made my point clear. If you're being absurd, if you're doing non sequiturs, they have to know that was a non sequitur. They can't think, what was that? They have to know it's where that line lies in some way so they can kind of accept it or reject it. So clarity, even when you're being obscure, is very important. Because if it's just obscure, they don't know what you meant. You have to give them a clue to what you meant. Your subconscious is, I deeply believe this, is constantly creative. And sometimes you can just pose. You know how you're, something's going on in your life and you have no solution for it, and then 2 days later it goes, oh, and it just pops into your head. I don't think it just popped in. something down here is working on it. And you can actually pose those situations to yourself. You say, I don't know quite how to say it. Just say, I need a bit about, airplanes. And, or my ending isn't working. My opening isn't working. Don't panic. When you're not working, you're working. Trust me. And give it some time. It's going to come. In fact, I heard a psychologist recently talk. He said, recent studies have shown that the daydreamer is actually working harder than the person who's working hard. So, of course, you have to do both. But trust your daydreaming, and you don't always have to be specifically working on something and punishing yourself. And writer's block is there for a reason. Just give it some time. Pose the problem. If you're writing something, pose the problem in your mind, walk away from it, go to a party, wait a couple of days, have a dream. Don't worry about writer's block. I had an idea to do Roxanne, which was an update of Cyrano de Bergerac. And I went to Neil Simon. I said, can you write this? Can you write this? And I couldn't get anybody to write it. And I thought, well, I've collaborated, so maybe I could write it. So I sat down, I wrote it, and on a typewriter with yellow paper and doing the cut and paste, moving things around. And the first draft was very faithful to the play, but I went through hundreds of drafts as I moved away from the structure of the play or the actual lines from the play into becoming its own thing. And I realized the process of adaptation is the same process as a failed marriage, which is first fidelity, then transgression, and then divorce. So at first you're faithful to the original source material, then you say, maybe if he didn't go there and went here and didn't say that, what if it was this? And you have a new scene, and now suddenly you have a fresh scene, and then you finally divorce yourself from the source material. In the opening of Cyrano de Bergerac, there's a sword fight where he wounds somebody. And I thought, well, I can't have him wound anybody. What can this be? But I really like the scene where someone insults him and he fights back. So we changed it to tennis rackets. And we were like sword fighting with tennis rackets, and I was able to thwack the villains. Kevin Nealon, by the way, and Rich Scheidner played those parts.
Here it comes! 3D coming at you!
I really admire your shoes.
What?
I love your shoes.
What do you mean?
And I was just thinking that as much as I really admire your shoes, and as much as I'd love to have a pair just like them, I really wouldn't want to be in your shoes at this particular time and place.
Ow.
I don't really know karate.
I didn't think so. Oh, damn! Get up! Son of a... Get pissed, Rich! I am pissed! Okay. Get...
15 love.
There's an opening scene where somebody insults Cyrano's extra large nose, and then he gives a bunch of, well, you could have said this, you could have said this, you could have said this. And he's beautiful and eloquent. And I wanted to recreate that scene in a modern way in a bar. So I came up with the idea. I'd say, well, the guy will insult me, and then I'll say, I'll tell you what. He said, you can come up with something better? I said, I think I could. I said, tell you what, take the dart, throw it at the dartboard, and whatever number it lands on, that's the number of put-downs, responses I'll do. And so I thought, well, okay, maybe if it lands on 6, that would be good. 6, I could probably get 6 good jokes. And I thought, no, it's got to land on 20. That's the highest number on the dartboard. That's what it's got to land on. And so I made the problem worse for myself, but in making it worse, I made it better.
How many is that? 14, Chief! All right. Religious. The Lord giveth, and he just kept on giving, didn't he? Disgusting. Say, who mows your nose hair? 16. Paranoid. Keep that guy away from my cocaine. 17. Aromatic. It must be wonderful to wake up in the morning and smell the coffee in Brazil. 18. Appreciative. Ooh, how original. Most people just have their teeth capped. 19. All right, one more. You can do it, CD. One more. You can do it.
Come on, CD.
All right. Dirty. Your name wouldn't be Dick, would it? You smart-ass son of a bitch. You flat-faced, flat-nosed, flathead. Hey! Ow. Has he fallen yet?
You know, Carl Reiner told me once, he worked with Mel Brooks and he did 2,000-Year-Old Man, and he said, I always found that Mel was funnier if I cornered him, if I kept saying, what do you mean, you blah, blah, blah? And he would keep pushing him into a corner, which would lead Mel to an even more extravagant solution. So think about that too. It's like, what's the problem? How can I make it worse? Because that's what really gets the audience involved. I remember when I was writing Roxanne, and I'd gone through the limitless number of drafts to get it where it was, and now we're like 3 days from shooting, and I remember panicking, and I'm thinking, I wrote this character. I have no idea how to play it. I haven't even said one line aloud as C.D. Bales. And I think just prior to shooting, I thought, I'll make him physical, make him elegant. And I inserted a scene, Dr. Frank, of where I get frustrated at the town, and then I just turn my back on the screen and walk down the street talking to myself, kind of physically. And all of the shot is on my back. And I think there was some dog poop there that I stepped aside elegantly. And there I felt, I found the character somehow.
It came to me last night in a flash.
Yeah, what is that?
The thing, the gimmicks, the Nelson promotional cow. Whoa, we're talking to the chief. You give her a name, Susie, Esmeralda, Bossy. You put her picture in the corner of our posters, drinking a beer. Teach her to drink a beer. These things work.
I think it's a fantastic idea.
Do you like it?
I do, I love it.
I think it's great.
Great idea. I think it's brilliant. What an idea.
And I was there. I saw it happen. He took the idea. He saw it ripe on the tree. He plucked it and he put it in his pocket. It's, dare I say, genius?
No.
No, but maybe, maybe it is. Maybe I'm in the presence of greatness. Maybe I just don't know it, but I saw it.
I try to have, and by the way, I'm going to contradict myself in a minute, but I do try to have every line matter, every line count. I've talked about that before. Everything means something. But that doesn't mean you can't take excursions, delightful excursions. And, you always get a lengthy cut at first that you screen for an audience, and it's always a disaster because it's too long and whatever. And there was one scene in the movie where I fall out of a tree and I stop some women who are going to visit the lovers and interrupt their tryst. So it's right out of the play, Cyrano de Bergerac, where I give them all the reasons about how I'm going to go to the moon, how I'm going to get to the moon, something like that. And it was playing really well. And so, but after the screening, I went to the director, Fred Skepsey, who was a fantastic director, and I said, I think we should do an experiment and just cut it for story. Cut everything out that is not story. And he said, well, that means we have to cut the falling out of the tree bit. I said, no, you can't cut that. So there's always compromises to be made, and there are delicious excursions.
Hey, it's 2 minutes to Dallas here. Oh, are you all right? Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself?
Where am I?
You're in Nelson.
Nelson? Why, I'm home. They brought me home. Bye. What day is it?
Friday, Dallas is on.
Friday. Then it took no time. It didn't exist in time.
What?
Spacecraft. I was walking along. A spacecraft landed right in front of me.
Tell us. I read about this in the Inquirer. Did it have lights on it?
Lights! You never saw so many lights. It was like Broadway. Then this door opened. A creature came out, had big suckers on his palms. He walked like this. Then he took his palms, put them right on my face. Took me over to Roxanne's house. They said they wanted to observe me.
At Roxanne's house?
That's where they are right now.
Ah, this is bullshit. Well, Miss Dallas, come on, girls, let's go. Oh, okay.
You think I'm nuts, don't you?
No.
They wanted to ask me about older women.
Why?
Because they wanted to have sex with them.
Where?
Here, right here in Nelson. They wanted to start a colony of supermen who would have sex with older women because they said, and I quote, they really know what they're doing.
We do?
It's been so long.
Girls, do you actually believe that there are creatures from outer space who want to have sex with older women? Let's go and check it out.
Editing is one of your most powerful tools to success. Changing, subtly reorganizing, taking out, it's thrilling. I don't think you want to start editing right away, although sometimes internal editing helps you, like if you're writing a paragraph, helps you get to the next paragraph and you go, oh my God, I this whole half of this paragraph really needs to be up here, and you're helping establish the flow of it. So sometimes I do edit, but if you're writing an opus, you just want to keep writing and don't let your critical mind come in too soon. I always speed through a first draft. And the reason I speed through it is I just want to get the whole thing, the whole picture, because I know that this is going to undergo 50 edits, 50 drafts. And I just like to have the overall thing because I can start changing things internally. Like I say, I can't think of all the little notations and tweaks that I'm going to understand about it later. For me, I'm creating something to help me understand what it's about. And then you start to look and say, okay, I see how the shape this is taking. So that means that this scene is extraneous, and this scene actually is more important than I thought. I find a great thing that helps me in writing prose, especially fictional prose, is reading it aloud to yourself. I actually would read it to my dog. And you can hear things that you don't pick up by reading. You can hear the flow of that sentence. You can feel as something's stopping the reader. And when I'm listening to myself as a comedian or watching a movie that I'm in, I always listen to where it slows down. I always think it's slow. You can smell it where it's slowing down. And you can smell it as a reader reading your own work, especially if you're reading it aloud. You go, am I interested in this? When someone writes effortlessly, it's the greatest thing in the world. And I have so many friends who, I have a lot of friends in the art world, and we kind of make fun of art prose that is gobbledygook, that uses words that you're trying to understand what the meaning is. It just sounds so smarty pants, and no information is transmitted. No emotion is transmitted. It's all intellectual information. And the real good art writers I know, like Peter Schjeldahl, Deborah Solomon, Adam Gopnik, they're very clear. They make it fun to read. It's emotional. There's no fancy words unless they're necessary. And I just prefer that style of writing. And I believe that style of writing can be simultaneously very smart and very accessible. And I would say that's what you shoot for. That's what you shoot for in comedy, is a kind of surprise, clarity, but with a twist. I feel that time helps you understand what's relevant and what's irrelevant, or what can be better. You write it, you read it, you're in love with it, put it down for a month. Because when you come back, you'll have forgotten all your wonderful pain you had when writing it and your insights, and you're not trying to preserve that moment in yourself. You're trying to look at it, you will see it more objectively on the page. That there's a cliche, you have to kill your darlings. And it's kind of true. That you'll find that the things you love most, people don't, they can't interpret your emotion, and it's got to be on the page. So you might have a line that's, let's say, a terse line, and it's filled with thought, and it was my father, and this and that, but they can't interpret that from that. So you have this special investment in this line, and the audience doesn't. So I like to take time. I find, I hate to say it, how often it might be that I'll write something and I think, God, it's just feeling really good, really good. Put it down a month and go, what was I thinking? Don't you appreciate it in a movie when there's some scene building, the fight scene between the two lovers, and they just cut away from it? And you say, oh, thank God, I don't have to watch the scene that I already knew was coming. When I was writing movie Bowfinger, even just imagining this scene going on and breaking up and hearing the dialogue, I'm bored. I thought, okay, why don't I just abbreviate this scene and make it funny? And I said, we're breaking up. Why? You slept with Jiff. And she says, so? And I said, oh, I never thought of it that way. Okay. And it's over. And you don't make the audience endure this, kind of predictable scene. The nature of that scene is known, a breakup. And I don't know, it appealed to me, and she did it perfectly,
We are finished. We are over.
How come?
You had sex with Jiff.
So?
Well, I never thought of it that way.
I'll see you tonight.
What time?
8?
Okay.
Adam Gopnik said, here I go, I'm going to contradict myself again. He once wrote a piece on there was a set of books issued, which was the classic books edited. So you have Moby Dick edited by a professional. So, a book that this is this thick has now come down to this. And he complimented them. He said, they read well. It's what a really good New York editor would have done to your book as it comes in, to make it faster, funnier, as we say. And he said, but these works of art, like in the Moby Dick scene, by the way, I've never read it, I'm just quoting him. He said, do we really need the knot tying passage? The 5-page knot tying passage? No. But these quirks may help bring it to life and put it in a different category than just a fast-paced, exciting adventure book. So you always have to think that it's some of these rough edges actually make a thing more interesting in a subtle way, illogically. It just can't go from joke to joke to joke to joke to joke. The boring parts are what is setting up this thing that's giving it meaning. And so you can edit too deep. You could just cut the heart out of something. When I was writing The Jerk with Carl Reiner, and he said, I said, maybe we should cut this. He said, no. He says, leave that in. That's a refrigerator laugh. I said, well, what's a refrigerator laugh? He said, well, you're in the theater, you're watching it, and it doesn't get a laugh. But then you go home and you're opening the refrigerator and you go, oh, and you get it 12 hours later. And I had instinctively kind of done that, but you'd be surprised when you leave in those little weird bits. You can't do it a lot. When you leave them in, 20 years later, that'll be the joke that somebody will come up and say, oh yeah, I love that joke, and blah, blah, blah. Because it was off. You know, it just didn't have the regular rhythm, and it had this slight offness. And you'll be surprised how much that grows, that thing that's slightly out of time and place and its quality. The mind remembers it. I'll give you some advice. If you've written something and you finish, don't send it to 5 friends yet. Because when you send out your manuscript, you can only ask them to read it once, unless they're professionals. I send it out to one person, get the feedback, listen, weigh it, work on it, and then you choose your next friend. So now you have 5 times to go out to your friends rather than one time all at once. Just a little thing I learned. And it's hard to resist because when you finish something, you think, I'm done and it's so good. And then you realize, oh, there's just always work to be done. There's almost no such thing. You know, when I first wrote my memoir, which I'm very pleased with, and I wrote it from my heart, spoke the truth, told how things were developed. I said, I want to tell exactly how things happened, because sometimes when I read a memoir, a show business memoir, they'll say, I was in high school, and then I got a job on NWF TV as a, wait a minute. That's a huge leap from high school to getting this. How did that happen? That's what I want to know. So that's the story I tried to tell. So I finished it, and I gave it to some friends, and I said, what do you think? And they said, nice. I'm thinking, nice? I don't want nice. I give it to another, agent. Yeah, nice, it's nice. That's not what I'm looking for. So I searched around and found an editor named Bill Phillips, who had edited many manuscripts. And I didn't know what this was going to mean because I'd never written anything like this before. And he started arranging it in terms of television, in terms of stand-up. He started categorizing it. And he started to ask me questions. Say, I want to know about how you did this. I went, first I go, I have to write another thing when it's actually already perfect. And he really provoked me and gave me insights that I could not have gotten myself, at least at that time in my life. And it was really, really helpful. I paid him out of my pocket. And so I'm really grateful to the eyeball of an editor because they're just standing back. In movies, lines aren't as precious because, often in order to make it feel real, the line is not so written. It's much more conversational. Sometimes you get a great line and you want to keep it that way, but a lot of times, I would look over best lines from the movies of 2008. And you'd look down the list and it would be, let's get out of here. You know? And they're really talking about the moment in the movie, not the line. You only test dialogue by running it, you know, with the actors. And I remember a scene in a movie I did, which I wrote, called Simple Twist of Fate. It was not a big hit or anything. And I had a scene that was between two characters. I wasn't in it. And I was having trouble making the links. I needed to get like 3 points made in this scene, which is always trouble. And I thought, okay, here's point 1, here's point 2, and it's not flowing great. But also, on the other hand, I'm thinking, this is the way people talk. They kind of jump around a little bit. They change the subject. So I made an excuse. And I said, okay, that'll be fine. And they went off to shoot the scene. I wasn't there. And when it came back, it had been changed more correctly by the actors, because they were having trouble leaping from one thought to the next as actors. And it worked out fine. But I find if an actor's having trouble, I'm suspicious of the line. I always investigate the line. If they can't remember it for some reason, it means maybe it's not following correctly. So I really just listen to the flow of the conversation, and also the actor's trouble could indicate a problem with the line.
Hey, let's take a look at this sketch that Beth wrote, which I found very funny, and it's really good. It's about some very smug people having, you know, a kind of what would you call it, a creepy upper class memory. And I'm looking at it, and I'm going, well, okay, it's 5 pages, and I did feel that maybe there's like one beat too many that. You know, you get the idea, and now you're just reiterating the idea. But anyway, this is called Remember the Titanic. They're sitting on a lawn. What a lovely breeze. Isabella says, say, that reminds me of the time we took that trip on that ocean liner. What was that called? Oh, yes, the RMS Titanic. What a fine trip that was. Oh, yes, the Titanic. That was the spring of 1914. Do I remember that correctly? Oh, yes. Remember, Evelyn, what's the year you started wearing those that's the year you started wearing those lovely long necklaces. Oh, yes, but remember how they were always getting caught on the soup ladles in the parlor? What a disaster. But ladies, let's not forget, that trip wasn't all fun and games. Oh, yes, you and Evelyn got into that lover's spat. I got so mad I threw a half-full cup of tea at you. Yes, but luckily something caused the ship to jerk sharply, and you missed throwing the cup overboard. Oh, thanks heaven, I didn't hurt you. I'm sorry, I'm not doing justice to your piece. But then James says somberly, but ladies, that reminds me of certain other terrible events from that trip. Oh, yes, my former beau, Philip proposed to another woman. I was so shocked I fainted in front of everyone. I nearly died of embarrassment. Yes, but it wasn't all so terrible. Remember those nice German boys helped you up to your room, and one of them gave you a beautiful watercolor painting? Do you still have it? No, a mysterious leak in our cabin floor ruined it. Oh, what a tragedy. I wonder whatever happened to those nice German chaps. I believe they worked in the boiler room. Probably still steaming around the world trying to charm those young ladies, I suppose. James. Now, wasn't there some other trauma on that boat involving lifeboats? Yes, it was some sort of nighttime boat race that we all participated in. I remember now. It was so terribly cold, I can't think of why I agreed to it. Oh, yes, the cold was awful. Remember how some people decided to jump in and swim the race? It was so hard to navigate the boats around them. That's right. I believe that's the only way the second-class passengers were allowed to participate. They shouldn't have allowed them to participate at all. I remember some of them got rowdy and tried to climb into our boat. Terrible manners. Just goes to show you why gentlemen's sports should be reserved for the upper class. Yes. What a strange ship I'm sorry, I'm clumsily doing your thing. What a strange ship the White Star Line ran. Now that I think of it, they lost my luggage on that trip, and I had to buy all new gowns afterwards. Yes, me too. I can't seem to remember clearly, but it was at some point on that trip that I injured this trick leg of mine. It hasn't been the same since. Didn't someone knock you down running somewhere? Oh, yes, now I remember. It was when we were queuing up for the boat race. People were terribly excited and pushy for some reason. The confinement of ocean travel does strange things to people. My sister won't even talk to me since that trip. Oh, did you two quarrel? I can't remember if we did, but I haven't seen or heard from her since, not even a Christmas card. Maybe we should invite her on another trip and straighten things out between you. Oh, yes, let's see if we can book another trip on the Titanic for old time's sake. Yes, another trip due now. What port was it that we disembarked at? I can't seem to remember. Me either. I think I was too drunk to remember much of that trip clearly. Oh, we were all marvelously drunk. I'm marvelously drunk right now. Everybody clinks. Ha, ha, ha. Now, I think there's some trims in this, because as I look at it, I'm just so ad-libbing. And so remember, everything I say, you go, he's an idiot. Because you may know better about the piece. But if I were editing this, I would say, see, it all starts great. The premise is really clearly established. Yes, the Titanic, that was spring, if I remember correctly. And let's not forget that trip wasn't all fun and games. Good setup, because you think you're going to go to where they need to go, and they don't. Oh, yes, you and Evelyn got into the lovers' spat. So met her through a half-full cup of tea. But luckily, something caused the ship to jerk sharply, and you missed throwing the cup overboard. That's fine, because that indicates they were there when the disaster happened, so now you know. And then James says, ladies, that reminds me of certain other terrible events from that trip. But he doesn't say what they are. Everybody else does, and he never says one. But if he just said a simple thing like, weren't there other terrible things on that trip? That sets him that, yes, you know, my former boat. Now, I think the bit with the German boys feels a little wishy-washy to me. And I thought, that if you could go, ladies, that reminds me of certain other weren't there other terrible events on that trip? And he says it again on the next page. Now, wasn't there some other trauma on that trip? So you could go, just compress that. Say, wasn't there some terrible event on the trip involving lifeboats? Now you've cut out a half a page. Yeah. And you're still in the bit. And you're into a new subject. And I think that's very clear. Yeah, there's some sort of nighttime boat race that we all participated in. Now I know where I'm at. I picture it in the movie or from the history. You say, and then you go down to, yes, I remember, you could say, you say, involving lifeboats? Oh, yes. And remember how some people decided to jump in and swim the race? You say, so now you're leaving out two more lines. You'd have to say, now wasn't there some other thing involving lifeboats or a boat race or something? And say, oh yes, some people jumped in, and then I remember that they got rowdy and tried to climb into our boat, and you cut out like 3 more lines. It says terrible manners, and this gets a laugh. I think just goes to show why gentlemen's sports should be reserved for the upper class. And remember they lost all my luggage? Oh, that was terrible. Now I think you're like moving along quickly. Maybe we could see how this is the best way to do this. So I'll cut your piece off.
No, go ahead.
And you're still you're still having the same essence of the piece, just letting it not wander so much, you know? Then Charles says, I can't seem to remember clearly, but it was at some point that trip I injured this trick leg of mine. Didn't someone knock you down? I don't know if you need the trick leg line. He says, it could go, I had to buy all new gowns. Oh, yes, me too. And Charles, didn't someone knock you down? And he'd go, oh, yes, I re-injured my trick leg. It was when we were queuing up for the light. I just think it moves a little faster, so he doesn't have to have that line. Oh, yes, it was when we were queuing up for the boat race. People were terribly excited and pushy for some reason. Now, I like this, the confinement of ocean travel. They get very, get back to their intellectual base here. The confinement of ocean travel does strange things to people. But I really think, as I remember I was reading this line, the confinement of ocean travel does strange things to people, could really come after, I remember some of them got rowdy and tried to climb into our boat. Well, the confinement of ocean travel really gets, and you just start thinking, what line is best after what other line? And then you say, and I love this bit, my sister won't even talk to me about that trip. I think that's great. This is all going great. You two quarrel? I can't remember. I haven't heard from her. It's really funny. Not even a Christmas card. Oh, that's, whatever. There would have been line from maybe we should invite her on another trip and straighten things out between you two. And I'm like, we could book another trip on the Titanic for old time's sake. Now, then they start talking about, and I get too drunk, and then it just sort of winds down. And I was thinking, what possible endings are there? And I thought of just to kind of not have it be a fade out, where they just kind of keep talking and you just kind of lower the lights and say goodbye. I thought of something in the realm of, let's see if you can book another trip on the Titanic for old time's sake. Or they could say, maybe you should invite her on another trip and straighten things out. And then one of them says, remember that trip we took on the Hindenburg? Wasn't that lovely? Oh, yes. That's so many stories. And then you could go out on like a bigger note. Yeah. But I do think you could just think of just a little punchier end, something in that realm. Anyway, it's really good. It makes you laugh, especially as the premise. Usually these things start, you establish the premise, and the premise is funny. Then you have to exploit the premise, and it starts to get routine. So you go, okay, now how many ways can we restate the premise or take it in a new direction? That's always the problem with the sketch. And then you've got to come up with either a symbolic ending, meaning it's not really an ending, but it gets you out, or a fantastic ending, which is, rare. Rare. Any questions or any? Because are you sitting there thinking, well, I happen to know that line works great. That he wants to take out.
I agree with those.
Yeah.
I think those lines did okay, but I wasn't like, I wasn't like, I need
It's
those.
so great to be able to take a piece and you've written it carefully and long and lengthy, and you've what I call exploiting the idea, and then go, okay, now wouldn't this line really be responsive to this sentence rather than all this stuff in between? And it can really make your day when you're suddenly watching it and it's going, oh, those 3 lines that were just okay are gone.
When I was, hot in the 70s, they'd say, oh, you have a great sense of humor. I'd say, no, the audience does. They're the ones who are determining this. And everything you do as a performer, entertainer, and even an artist is about response. And I think people, there's a kind of cliche, like, I'm just going to write this for myself. Really? Why? Because eventually someone's going to read it or watch it or listen to it, and it's going to be absorbed and interpreted. So don't ever kid yourself to think, this is just for me. A joke isn't real unless there's an audience. That's one thing that's very important for a comedian or even a writer. Listen to the audience. The audience is your editor. They're editing it for you. You hardly even have to think. You test a comedy movie. You need to test a movie just to see if laughs, or just see if the audience understands what's happening. And would test a scene, and the test cards would come back and they'd say, the so-and-so scene is too long. I would say, how long is that scene? It's 3.5 minutes. Okay, let's work on it. We take it down to 2 minutes, and then we screen it again. You get the cards coming back, and they say, the so-and-so scene is too long. Gee, we just took 1.5 minutes. Let's take it down further. Let's take it down to 1 minute. Then you screen it, the cards come back, they say, so-and-so scene is too long. You go, oh, they don't like that scene. It's this information that's always coming at you. You're all constantly being fed information of how to edit. Of course, the great thing about comedy is there's this actual test, laughter. I thought maybe we'd take a look at a play I've written, a recent play, which I'm actually quite proud of, and it's been produced, so it's pretty well together. And maybe I could explain some of the reasons that certain things happen. And one of the things that I'm become very aware of is exposition and how to lay it in. My cliche is in a movie when two guys are walking down the street and one of them says, "Joe, you're my brother. What about when blah, blah?" Why would you ever say that to your brother? Your brother knows who he is, but it's just kind of clunky exposition. And there's so many ways to do it. Just say, "What did Dad say?" It's such a simpler thing. And it's so much better when this information is gathered rather than told. So I get up my little computer. Now this play I've written, I'll try to make this as brief as possible. It's called Meteor Shower, and it's a comedy. And its intent is to be a comedy and to make people laugh. That's its purpose. And I'll just set the situation. It's a couple in their 40s, early 40s, mid 40s. They live in Ojai, California, which is out in the desert. And they've invited a couple over that they don't know that well to watch a meteor shower in the summer. And then chaos ensues. So how do you tell that? And I'll just, first I wanted to establish the couple. The woman, their names are Corky and Norm. And she's on stage alone. She sees him, he comes in, he's half dressed. He goes, "Norm, they're here in 15 minutes. Now already the audience knows, oh, someone's coming over without doing anything. They're here in 15 minutes. I know. And he says, I've got a Jeopardy question. There's a Jeopardy question I'm trying to find the answer to. And he says, it's on the tip of my tongue, Now, I'll explain what the joke is in a minute, but this is just a little, appetizer. It's not really relevant, but it ultimately has a point. He says, it's on the tip of my tongue. It's a book title. It's something like Death to the Cuckoo. What is it? It's like Death to the Cuckoo. And the wife goes, "Oh, To Kill a Mockingbird." And what they've done now is establish this bond that they can finish each other's sentences, they understand each other, by doing a joke. So, and he says, "Oh, thank you. Yet another reason to be married." So now we know this is going to be kind of about marriage. And yet we haven't really said anything direct about it. And he says, she says, "You had a brain freeze." And he says, "Oh yeah, I repressed it. And when I repress something, I push it way down and kick dirt over it. It's not coming back." And then she says, "If you don't deal with your subconscious, it will deal with you." Now, that's exactly what the play is about. And I've said it by the top of page 2. But it doesn't come off like preachy and 60 pages later, it's going to count. That line is going to count and help explain what this play is about. First time we put it on, I thought, I think they're having a trouble understanding certain concepts of what the play is. So that's what I put in the thing about the subconscious in the beginning, because it's a little odd to say something like that, and it makes the audience sit up and just listen. Like, what is that about? So these things came later. And, the shape of it starts to come when you realize what you need. So if you thought I just sat down and wrote this linearly, you'd think, unbelievable, all those things woven in. No, it was written and then looked at and said, what does this mean? Can I set this up earlier? Can I talk about it in a subtle way that'll have meaning later? Then she says that line, "If you don't deal with the subconscious, it will deal with you." And he goes, "Oh, that's good. Who said that?" And she says, "Oh, in that book, remember?" And he says, "Oh, yeah. Now, what that does is, without saying anything, is they've read the same book. They've read the same book about psychology, and it's so dismissed. But an audience is paying attention, and they're catching all this. So you said, okay, they're a couple, they They understand, they're very close, they have a close marriage, and they're still perhaps studying it. And then she just says, what's she like? Now, we haven't said anybody's coming over, but in that sentence, there's a lot of information in that. What's she like? And he goes, oh, I don't know. I just know him. I don't know her. You know, she was the West Coast editor at Vogue. We were just sort of laying a little information in there. And he said, I only met her for 5 minutes. She was picking up Gerald after tennis. She's the one who mentioned the meteor shower. So now we've got the information laid in without ever saying, oh, Gerald, there's a couple coming over to look at us, watch a meteor shower with us. We've never done that. So then she says to him, how does a meteor shower come up in conversation? And he says, oh, she said Gerald wanted to leave town to see this meteor shower. First I've heard of it, so he puffs up, kept calling it a rain of fire. Can't miss the rain of fire, once in a lifetime, blah, blah, blah. Now what's happening here is, it's actually a little bit of a metaphorical setup for what's going to happen in the play, but you're also describing this guy, Gerald, and you get the feeling that he's a pontificator. And all this is done descriptively. It's not done blatantly. It says, and I said, we live in Ojai. And he said, can you see the stars there? And I said, yeah, shopping on the weekends, haha. And he looked at me like a blank, but she laughed. And then his wife says, you like that? Yeah, she got the joke. And then she says, I read people know if they want to sleep with a person within 2 seconds of meeting them. So now we're off. There's a little twinge of jealousy established, just in conversation. And that's the way we kick off the play. And you're pretty well versed by the top of page 3. That's the way I like things. Now, it can work a different way completely. It can slowly unfold, which I believe this play does too. It unfolds many layers as it goes on. But I hope that right off the bat, there's a little bit of intrigue and mystery, and there's no mystery about what's going on. They need to know what's going on. I think this is what makes something easy to watch and interesting at the same time. You're creating something interesting, and you're telling them the story at the same time, kind of effortlessly. I had 3 of the characters really worked out well. And I thought, well, this 4th character is a little bit vague, and she doesn't have, I don't know when sometimes to have her say a line. And I thought, oh, we're getting ready to do this thing. I better give her some more lines, just to make her included a little bit more. And it was just little things like, go, baby, little tiny lines that kept her alive in the scene. And as I watched the rehearsals go on, and we had a great actress, Alex Hendrickson, who played the part and brought clarity to it for me. So by inserting her more in the scenes, making her have more life, and watching how the actress was interpreting it, I was able to fully see the character and the character's function in the play, and I was able to write toward that. And it was very, very helpful. So, I went in with 3/4 of the characters out of, and then the last character was developed, I think, successfully, while we were working on it and while we were in previews. A lot of times you're done editing because you run out of time. And you can play with something forever. But for example, in Meteor Shower, I could see in the first iteration of it, I'd say, okay, there's a problem in the audience grasping its overall message. Although they're laughing all the way through. But some people would say, what was that about? And then other people would say, no, I completely got it. And it was usually divided between young and old. Young completely got it. Older people wanted a more formal theater experience, I think. So as we got to Connecticut, I started to address that. And I made a few changes, just a line, literally 2 lines. And I stopped getting that kind of feedback. I thought, really? It was just 2 lines, or is it just gelling mysteriously a little bit better? And now I feel like it feels done. It feels done because I feel like the questions I had were answered. Now, we're probably going to do it again, and I'm sure there will be touch-ups, but I don't feel like anything major surgery is going to be done. In fact, I look forward to doing it again and finding, okay, now we can relax. The play is working as a whole. It's understandable, graspable. It's got enough mystery to it that I like, so it's not just a sitcom. And that was one element I thought, if I'm going to write about 2 couples, how do you keep it from being a sitcom? Because sitcoms are very funny, very sophisticated. Everything has been covered. So that was one of the challenges of writing it, was making it have another life that you couldn't do on television. It had to be something you couldn't do. You couldn't see this on television. You have to sit in a theater to get it. You know, by the time 1950 came around, I was 5, and then in the early 50s, we got a television. And television changed everything because as a kid, there was no access to media at all, even films. I never even had seen a film. So when the television came in, they showed The Little Rascals, that I thought were hilarious, but more importantly were Laurel and Hardy. And Laurel and Hardy are, if you haven't heard of them or you haven't seen them, they're comedy geniuses. They were very gentle. One was tall and, one was kind of overweight and one was thin, and they're still revered in the comedy world. And I really think they influenced me quite a bit. I was born in Texas. We would drive from Texas to California and back and forth a couple of times. And we would listen to Jack Benny on the radio, who I believed influenced me a lot. I think he influenced Johnny Carson quite a bit. His timing, he was self-deprecating. He was kind of vain. And I realize today how much of those qualities of Jack Benny crept into especially my modern day performing, meaning currently now. There was Jerry Lewis, who was just zany and fun and very skillful, very skillful comedian and doing comedy outside, what was really going on at the time, the more conventional comedies. And there were so many sources of comedy. And what these people did, whether they directly influenced me or indirectly influenced me, they made me love comedy and making people laugh. I mean, let me qualify that. I don't know if it was making people laugh. I don't know. That sounds it sounds altruistic, but there was something about being up on stage and trying to be funny that just made me want to do it. I think I developed a love for physical comedy from watching people like Jerry Lewis, Stan Laurel, and certainly Hardy. They had such delicate moves. And, some of it was just extravagant, like Jerry Lewis, and some was extremely subtle, like Oliver Hardy, and I think both incorporated those. I incorporated both those styles. It's really physical. Being physical is kind of a freedom of expression. There's a beautiful scene by Jerry Lewis illustrating physical comedy. And of course, there's Charlie Chaplin, who was unbelievable at physical comedy. There's a beautiful scene by Jerry Lewis where he's in a room with valuable vases on pedestals, which is already odd, and he would back into one and it would fall over and he would just catch it by its hind end just as it's about to strike the ground and put it up and back into another one and turn and then catch. And I don't know the origin of that. Maybe he probably thought it up, but it may have roots in old jugglers. But I don't know how that would work today. I mean, it'd be great to see someone revive it. You see physical comedy in circuses, Cirque du Soleil. a good example of physical comedy being funny unto itself with no jokes. I was at the Cirque du Soleil once, and a clown came out. Thought he was great. He was a clown, and he had 50 arrows in him, like he'd just been shot. So he had arrows all over him. And all he did was come out for 8 minutes and die. So he'd be going, oh, it appeared. Go, oh, and it'd start to fall. And then it'd go, oh, and it'd get up, and it'd stagger and stagger. And he did it, for however long, and it was just brilliantly funny. You were just laughing. There's a Laurel and Hardy bit where I think it happens in a bar, and Laurel is annoying Hardy in some way, or vice versa, and Hardy has a hole in his shoe, and his toe is sticking through it, and Laurel reaches down to his toe and stretches it like this far and snaps it back. It's one of the most unexpected jokes I've ever seen. And surreal, and it worked completely in context, and you strangely believed it. And then there's another bit that Laurel did where Hardy's watching him, and Laurel takes his hand like this, and he takes some tobacco, he pours it in his hand, and he goes like this. Then he takes a match, and he strikes it, and he lights it like this, and then Laurel goes, and smoke comes out. I don't know how they did it. And it just frustrates Hardy. These are just great, wonderful little isolated bits that kind of live on. Here's a couple of things I picked up from Jack Benny. One, he made jokes on himself. He didn't do insults, he didn't do put downs. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I liked his style that he allowed himself to be the butt of the jokes and kind of be the arrogant one. I always found that quality hilarious in people when they're arrogant, because it's so arrogant to be arrogant, especially in this world, and especially in comedy, where things can go so wrong from moment to moment to moment. And it's a field that you can never quite master. And that's a good thing, because if you could master comedy, it would be boring. If you could sit and write a joke or think up something, well, that'll work. Then you go out and it works. You're not walking on the edge. And thankfully, comedy can never quite be pinned down. And often, the thing you think is guaranteed to work doesn't work at all. But go back to Jack Benny. One thing I learned from Jack Benny too, and this was written about him, not something I discerned. He allowed other cast members on his show to get the laughs too. He wasn't saying, no, I've got to get all the laughs. And he knew that his show became better by letting the peripheral characters or essential characters also be funny and get his goat. And it was a big lesson for me. I thought, if you're even around a laugh, it's also reflecting on you. And it just it's the greatest feeling. You know, we're talking about teamwork is what you're really talking about. You know, I felt in watching these great performers just a sense of joy. You know, they were effortless. I didn't see them working. Steve Allen was just so sprightly and alive. You know, one of my favorite jokes Steve Allen did on his television show, and he was always pounding the desk and being funny. And he said, "The news is traveling so fast today." Remember, this is 1955. He said, "The news is traveling so fast today. Throw me that paper." And somebody throws him a newspaper, and it hits the floor, and he picks it up, and the headline says, "Steve Allen drops newspaper on national TV." I still remember these moments. I don't know why I remember them. He said, this was just him talking. He was not doing a joke. He said, one of my favorite cartoons, he said, is two guys in a turret in a castle, and they're hung up 6 feet of the wall with their ankles and wrists. And one guy says to the other, now here's my plan. Nothing in my house as a child contributed to my comedy. I talked about listening in the car radio as we'd make family trips, but that was silent. You know, I'm listening and just loving these great performers. But my house was not an artistic household at all. I got lucky. I developed an interest in comedy, magic, and performing. Great thing about magic is you could buy a trick, and then it had instructions, and it had patter. Patter means talking, and you'd say, the great Egyptian god Fu, and you had your whole act kind of defined for you. You didn't have to think too much, and you could be on stage. Well, on stage, I mean, you know, doing a performance at your parents' bridge party. And so I had collected this, and also I had heard about performers, and they had a funny joke, and I thought, I didn't realize jokes were property. And there was a great comedy magician named Carl Ballantine, who had a fantastic joke where he said, and now the appearing dove, and he would blow up a paper sack. The appearing dove, and it'd go like this, and then you just get feathers. And so I thought, well, of course I can use that. And so I had an act, and I had actually thought up a couple of jokes on my own. I had the disappearing candle, and it was a candle, this, and I would put a silk over it, and then I would hold it up, and then I would go like this, and the candle was gone. And then I would do this, thank you very much, thank you. And it would get a laugh because my arm was sticking out. And I had a few little jokes. I remember I was in high school, and I was a cheerleader in high school because I injured myself. I really wanted to play football. I'm so glad I didn't. But I ended up being a cheerleader. And the reason I wanted to be a cheerleader, I thought, that's show business. Standing up there in front of those people. I'm in show business. As I got into college, you know, I met people who were inspirational to me. I got into a philosophy class, so I started thinking about, you know, philosophy is about the willingness to think about anything and break it down and find out if it's true or false. And I started thinking that way, and I thought, what if I applied that to comedy? You know, I'm just a kid in my teens, but it helped me get excited about it, and it helped me find something new about it, even if I'm making it up, even if it's incorrect. I thought, gee, I don't see a future in me doing a magic act. But I did notice something. I said, I've got to just kind of slip into a little more comedy material. And I thought, you know what? They love it when the tricks don't work. So I started edging into, like from a serious magician into, hey, it's kind of funny when the tricks don't work. And then I started thinking, maybe I could just do a little bit of just regular comedy materials, blah, blah, blah. And I put the magic act, that shape of that act stayed with me my whole life, where I put the magic act at the end. It's kind of silly, and did all this comedy up front. So now I've got a little stand-up, and I thought, gee, I need time. I don't have any time. I don't have an act. My act is 10 minutes long. I played the banjo, so I'll put the banjo in. So now I'm accidentally creating a variety show. And I started with everything. I played the banjo and read poetry. I put everything in. I juggled. I put in juggling and did like funny bits with juggling. And So slowly you're building. So now I'm thinking, okay, so I'm writing a few jokes, and that's fine. And then I got this job on the Smothers Brothers Comedy Hour, and I became a comedy writer, and I didn't know how to write a word. I had written little funny stories that were bizarre, that had titles like, Cruel Shoes and The Day the Dopes Came Over, a little kind of creative, original, but they had no outlet, no purpose. So there I am writing. Now I have a little background in writing sketches, whatever. But I decide I don't really want to be here behind the scenes. I want to be in front of the scenes. So I quit and went on the road with my act. And out there, in all these little towns, these little clubs where you perform in a corner with no elevated stage, where you're running the lights yourself. Everything meant something. Every lesson was learned. Every drunk person is dealt with. And you're getting this backlog of experience that you don't even know you have. That I remember once in the 90s, I did the play Waiting for Godot at Lincoln Center with Robin Williams, directed by Mike Nichols, F. Murray Abraham. And I thought, I haven't done a play in, 35 years. But when I was 18, I worked for 3 years at Knott's Berry Farm at a little theater where we did a play 4 times a day. And I thought, this is exactly the same. Only the words are different. The words are fantastic and great, but the experience is the same as that little thrust stage that we performed to 200 people 4 times a day, and sometimes no people. Sometimes we perform for 2 people. So I have that in my head somewhere, how to manage that, how to not be intimidated by 3 people or 18,000 people. There's many ways to self-define success, and I've gone through many, many stages of it, because at the same time you're saying, I'm on the cover of Time. I must be successful. At the same time, you're thinking, when's it all going to be over? And I've had many of those moments from, I think the cover of Time was like, 85 or something like that. Newsweek was there, 78, Newsweek. And I'm thinking, well, this happened. This happened where I became successful. And so you can notch that off. You say, I never thought it would happen. But that's your first moment of success. You could go, yeah, I became successful. Now what happens? Now what is it? Is it this for the rest of your life? Or is it whatever? I had no clue. Fortunately, I got into movies. So then you have a hit. You go, oh, a hit, this is so great. Then you have some flops. Now you're going like this. And it was only until like the late 80s, I kept thinking, I kept thinking I was gonna go away, but I never went away. So why am I wasting all that grief, why am I putting that on myself? It survived somehow by the skin of my teeth. And some of that is luck, and some of it is just luck. There's this moment in this long career where you suddenly kind of relax in this strange way that you never thought. You always thought you were relaxed before, but the truth was you're very nervous, and you're, a big project comes up, like I said, you think about it for months and months and months. And then there's a sort of elegance, either maybe it's age, or maybe it's a continued success, or maybe it's some kind of weird confidence, even false confidence, where it actually started to become fun. You finish a show and you just feel ecstatic. I still feel that today. I mean, if I play a show, say I work with the band, the Rangers, or I work with Marty, and we feel it went well, we're high. You know, we discuss it and say, how about that in that moment? And then we're still high. Then, of course, the next day you start over. And, you know, I mean, that high doesn't last you through the week. And I'm at that stage now. I've lost the feeling that I have to prove myself. And that's a big relief.
So I went to London. I was so close to Paris, I decided to go over there. So I saw London, and I saw France, and then I saw someone's underpants. How many people have plans to go to France? Raise your hand. Okay, now listen. If you're going to France, let me give you a warning. In France, chapeau means hat. Rue means street. It's like those French have a different word for everything. They do it to screw you up. I'm not kidding.
I think when this class is done, depending on your personal interest, whether it's let's say you're interested in comedy or performing stand-up comedy, and maybe you've made a couple of notes and maybe you've been inspired, I'd say phone a friend, someone with the same interest, and go over what you're talking about, what maybe you've picked up. I won't call it learning because the learning is going to take place on stage and in practice. But pitch those ideas around. I love the idea of collaborative schmoozing with people with similar interests and similar willingness to explore things at a little bit of a deeper level, because that inspires you when you get a manifesto, when you get a premise to work on and to apply to yourself. It's fun. Find the smallest place where you can go. Maybe it's a Cub Scout meeting. Maybe it's something where there's a festival going on. Find a little place to get up, talk to people. Always make it very small at first, very small, where the loss won't be taken so hard, because it is going to be tough. I always picture someone in a club at the lowest ebb of their career, kind of fighting against depression and the response that isn't there, and the people talking and the crash glasses. And I always have such a deep respect for comedians. I feel like I have an empathy with them, and I feel like I could walk up and go, I know, and then go, yeah. There's many people who have gone before and are going through exactly what you did. So you have allies. You have allies while you're on stage who have experienced the very thing you're doing and have survived. I close the first chapter of my book, my autobiography, and just with this thought, how difficult it is doing stand-up comedy, because being alone on stage is the ego's last stand. And that's what you're taking on. No one is more vulnerable than a stand-up comedian standing alone. The one thing I'd like you to walk away with as a student is that it can be done. That whatever your level of talent is, it can be overcome. And overcoming a lack of talent often makes you unique. You're filling in. Instead of conventional singing, you're going to sing in a different way. Instead of conventional dancing, you're going to dance your own way. In fact, conventional is not so good. And that there will be room for you. The stage is always changing. It's always in flux. People come in, people go out, they're famous, they're not famous, they move on. And you can be waiting in the wings there if you prepare yourself artistically, talent-wise, and be in the right place at the right time, which you can manipulate. I've really enjoyed doing this masterclass with you. I hope you've gotten something out of it, whether it's something you can use or something that will inspire you. And I hope that one day, if you have great success, you'll pass it along to someone else. Bye. Okay, buddy. Here we go.
Usually it's, when I write jokes now, it's for a situation. And I have a kind of a accumulated file of stuff that I can kind of go to and think, like one of my favorite bits, I can only use it every once in a while, though I used it at, Paul Simon was getting the Kennedy Center Award. And it turned into one of my favorite jokes. It said, it would be easy. We're at the Kennedy Center, there's the president, there's, big tuxes and everything. It said, it would be easy
for me to stand up here for the next few minutes and talk about Paul Simon's consummate skill as a songwriter and musician, but this seems to be neither the time nor place.
And then I had another joke that I liked. It was in the 90s, and there was this television show that was an award show called the American Comedy Awards. And by the way, there is no American Comedy Awards. It's something a producer made up, so he could put on a show and get paid, and everybody works for free. So I thought, if I do this and I'm getting an American Comedy Award, I was a little kind of depressed. It was like early 90s, and I should be really funny. How can I'll just really work on this to try to make it really funny. So my opening joke was, when they called me to tell me I had won the prize, the American Comedy Awards, I just walked around for weeks just trying to care. And it was, but I realized, as much as I really like that joke, I can't really use it in other situations because the American Comedy Awards was kind of a low-class thing. And other awards are actually, kind of high class. So you can't really criticize the award you're getting. So in other words, I can kind of piecemeal things together, which I like to do. I find old things. Like, I think that night, I said, I have so many people to thank for this. First of all, my wife, Ben Webben, and of course my two lovely children, Francis and Webber, and my agent, Valentine. And I started doing a parody of thanking people. And then of course, at the end, I said, I want to thank he who is above us all, Ben Fortenman. And then I thought, it worked really well. And then I thought, I'll use it again at this other thing. And it was just okay. It might have been, well, they were at tables. There's nothing worse than performing people at round tables eating. And, half of them are turned their back to you. So, it still happens. Like, I did this the other day, actually. I was supposed to introduce, Tom Hanks was getting an award at the Museum of Modern Art for his film work. And he said, would you speak? And I said, okay. So I thought, wait a minute. The thing about Tom Hanks is he's genuinely a nice, interesting, charming person. So I have to say, I'm going to say that he's a charming, interesting. And then I thought, okay, what if I had a huge list of his appealing qualities that I would just keep reiterating, and I would get so bored with it. So I just keep reading, and I'd check the length of the pages, and then I'd order a wine. Could I get a wine? And the waiter come out, and I'd say, blah, blah, blah. And then, of course, naturally, I has to turn to insults. I can't remember what they were, but got to end with the insults. So, it was kind of fun because the idea just came whole.
Yeah.
And sometimes you're just stuck writing joke after joke after joke.
No banjo? I saved that for really important occasions. Tom Hanks is kind, he is generous, he's funny, and he appreciates humor in others. He is cordial to and genuinely interested in all people. He's wry, has a wary eye for flattery, yet appropriately humble. He's loving, always puts his wife and family first. He's fun to be with.
He's jocular. He listens. Also, thoughtful. He's obviously talented, award-winning, joyful, full of life, exuberant. He's cultured. He loves art and theater. Could I get a drink? He brings out the best in others. He's a great collaborator. As an actor, there's none better, both drama and comedy. He's an accomplished writer and has been published in The New Yorker. He's a raconteur, one with class. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Is this a Chardonnay? Yes. Is there something else? Something else better?
That's all we have in the white.
Okay, thanks. He has played heroes and actually is one. The more you get to know him, the more you like him. He flies privately. You would too if you had his ties to Russia. If you rub your cheek against his, it's unpleasant. He loves his wife, Rita Wilson, who is a talented actress, singer, and composer, yet he keeps trying to crush her down. By the way, right now, he has his Academy Awards on him.
I found a Sancerre.
Oh, thank you. I like this better. Thanks. He has homes on both coasts. In fact, he has a home on every coast. In fact, the National Weather Service will only call a place a coast if Tom has a house on it. He has an affectionate nickname on the movie set. The camera will be ready, the lights in place, and the director will whisper, "Now someone go get Dickhead."
I think when you start writing something like that, you think, what's it for? Okay, for Tom Hanks. Where? Museum of Modern Art. What's the circumstance? It's a theater. It's not a room with diners. So they're a little more focused. And you just start from there. Obviously set the scene inside your head. Imagine yourself there. I was thinking, try to write a minute on it. And then try it in front of a friend. Thinking about the Tom Hanks thing, and I've written this. I've written the idea, and I was surprised because I thought I got a page and a half out of this, And so I go down to rehearse it, and they think I'm rehearsing, there's where the podium is, there's the mic, and this is the lights, and this is the sound right. But I'm tricking them because I'm actually rehearsing the piece to hear if they laugh. Even just the stage-hands, the people standing around, I'm listening, and you learn, that joke was questionable, I could just easily lose that, I didn't hear anything. You kind of checking it out, looking around, feeling even the crew's response. There is a way to to check your material before you go on. Your mind is clicking in and going, hey, that seemed to either have a good effect or not have a bad effect. Maybe I can exploit that. You know what I do? I just go up to my wife, if I have a thought, and I say, you think this is funny? And then I'll say it, or I'll call Marty Short, and I'll say, you think this is funny? Because, you know, if I'm at that point where I say, do you think this is funny? That means it could go either way, you know? And you need an audience to interpret it. I mean, if I try something on my wife or on a friend, they think I'm being casual. I say, hey, you think this is funny? I'm actually looking at every expression on their face to see if it was working.